What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for coming out tonight. We're going to have a real good discussion. We got a lot to talk about and unpack this most recent episode of Ready to Love. I got some panelists that are going to come on. Looking forward, and I thank you. I thank you all for joining. I know we got our good brother, Little Black Book, is out here in Ghana, living it up, living his best life. So I appreciate everybody that is joining. Joining the panel and the chat tonight. We're gonna have some good conversations. It seems like, this episode we had a lot of people rewriting the show, and maybe they were listening to all the comments in the chat most recently that were requesting for self-elimination. So seems like a couple of folks took that message, and some people tried to get ahead of the elimination and do it themselves. So this is an interesting conversation. I can't wait to hear what everybody has to say. Forgive me, guys. Try to preserve my voice. I'm a little under the weather, a little hoarse today. So I'm going to be leaning into some of our panelists that have, chosen to join. So looking forward to hear what everybody has to say. I'm going to throw up my banner for anybody who wants to. Is my email in there? You know what? I'll add that on later. I'm going to add my email in. So anybody who wants to join and share their opinion, they'll be able to come on as well. But I see a lot of folks out here, so I'm going to shout out some of the. I see Tiffany, I see Tyronda, I see the South in the house. Jay, what's up, my sister? I know you better be getting ready to come on out. Is my camera shaking? Oh, you know what? It is, because I'm leaning on the stand. So thank you for for all those. This is their first time. Welcome to the Unfiltered experience. And I'm gonna do a disclaimer because after our last season of Married at First Sight, yeah, let me tell you, this is for entertainment purposes only. I wanted to get a sign that said that, for entertainment purposes only. You get what I'm saying? So we're going to share our opinions. We're going to talk about it. We're going to hear different perspectives. But I'm off being emotionally invested in any of these people that we see on TV. Because at the end of the day, I ain't trying to fight. I ain't trying to battle about these people that show up on reality TV. You hear me? So I hope we're on the same page. I hope you can hear my voice that I am struggling. So I'm not trying to fight with nobody tonight. So whatever your opinion is, whatever your perspective is, it's welcome. I'm open. I'm listening. I want to hear it. But let's just have a good time. At the end of the day, that's what it's about, right? We want to have a good time. We don't need to be going crazy, falling out, giving each other migraines over nobody on a television screen, right? But, we sit and we think about some of the things that transpired tonight. Boy, oh boy, when we sit and look at how these people just got to where they got, there were like battle lines that were drawn. No, Tiffany, there will be no battle lines. No battling tonight. It's all love. I don't have the energy to fight tonight, really. So, unless some of the other panelists want to fight with y'all, I'm not fighting. I'll tell you that right now. I don't have the energy. I know when to. Hey, what's up, Brittany? I see you out here. God's gift Mike, what's up? Claudette McGregor, what's up? Monique King, what's up? Mel, nice to see you. Brittany B. Oh boy. No, Brittany, please keep your comments fire. We like the comments fire. It keeps the chat lit. CC Brunson, thank you for joining. Danny M, thank you. I am feeling better every day, so I appreciate that. What's up, J-Dubs? The #1 YouTube commenter. Appreciate you stopping by, good brother. We got Nessa in the house. Nessa from Jamaica. She always gives us some spice. Crystal, what's up, my friend? What is going on? So we got some people in the house tonight. So I guess let's just kind of determine where we want to start first. Oh, we see. Thank you, Miss Lee. I hope I adjusted that. I got off my my camera stand. Taronda, again, thank you for joining. First time, welcome to Shawn Unfiltered. Hopefully, listen, please, like, share, and subscribe. We're trying to grow over here. Definitely in 2022, we got big plans and things, for the channel. But, I just have come to understand when we think about these dating shows that we watch, man, I cannot get invested. I cannot get invested in anymore because at the end of the day, oh man. So first we had, the teary-eyed elimination of Cornelius, right? So the Cornelius and Camille saga is over. It's finally over, right? She was weeping. I don't know if she was weeping because it was her fault that he got eliminated, maybe. I don't know if she was crying because she wanted them to win the show, quote unquote, or was she crying in excitement because now they get to ride off into the sunset? I'm not sure what's going on. But I'm sure, maybe some of you have seen the social media posts, right? Where they have, a nice picture. So I guess they decided to redo the picture that caused so much controversy in his apartment. So they got their own topless picture together. So they can ride off into the sunset together. I hope it all works out. I hope he knows what he's getting himself into. But yeah, good luck and God bless. What you say, it's never over, right? Until she sinks her claws into him and does as she normally does. But I'm glad to see them go. Honestly, I really am. I'm tired of it. I was tired of it. Tired of him smiling and carrying on, never holding her accountable, never calling her out for anything that she did. So good luck and God bless. Well said, J-Dub. Good luck and God bless to those two. Then we go over to Miss Zadia. Okay, so Camille self-eliminated. Then we get to the conversation with Zadia and Phil. Phil's nice enough, he's the resident good guy, resident good guy / nice guy. We don't know which one yet. He has the conversation with Zadia, and she's pretty much, I guess, Naeem must have given her the heads up, because based on what she's used to, that's how things go. So that part was just a little, that was really interesting. It was interesting how she led off that conversation, the expectations that she had of Dante, and then how they sat, how they sat together at the dinner. But we'll dive into that a little bit later. But, so we got Cornelius out of the way. And then we move forward to the rest of the people. We saw Mumeen and Walter get to have a conversation. So those are some conversations that I'm going to be interested in hearing and how we unpack those. That was some great dialogue between those two. Seems like, Mumeen has made a choice in terms of what direction she wants to go. We've got Frank. Seems like he's, kind of still settling between Mumeen and Sydney. I don't know which way that's going to be. Lots to talk about, but, maybe we want to talk a little bit more about this Cornelius and Camille. I got my resident heavy hitter, Seaway, has joined, so I'm going to bring her up. What's up, Seaway?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great.
So what you got going on?
I'm gonna be off camera for just a little bit longer, then I'm gonna pop on.
No worries.
It was a good episode.
So what did you think about the Cornelius elimination and the Camille self-elimination?
To be expected. I mean, did we really think that they were gonna stay? That Camille was gonna stay without him? I mean, to me, it was a little dramatic. The tears were dramatic. Cornelius looked like he was kind of hesitant about her leaving with him, but now they're posting nudes, half nudes on Instagram. But yeah, no, I thought it was to be expected. I mean, she wasn't going to stay on the show without him. So
yeah, it made sense, and I think it's for the best of the show, because she would have gotten eliminated anyway. You know, if she would have stayed, that she just would have. You know, who was she going to be matching with after that?
Exactly, which is why they should provide incentives for like couples that have actually matched up. We're just going to act like this is a normal couple for a second. Like for couples that are actually matched up and getting, you know, doing well, I feel like they should be incentivized to stay on the show if they take their relationship to the next level, if they actually become official or something like that. I think it gets the show gets kind of stupid at this point when you have a couple self-eliminating because they chose each other. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It seems to be counterintuitive to the show. So.
Yeah, I hear you, and I think the thing that was so challenging with that is they linked up so early on in the process. I think we're now in episode 10, right? And some of the couples are starting to really narrow it down between one or two people. I mean, she locked Cornelius down, you know, at the mixer. They weren't even in episode 1. They were at the mixer. She already was laying claim to him. So I think that definitely was a major issue. And to your point, there should be something for them getting to know other people at a certain point. So I agree 100%. Up, we got Jay. What up, Jay? Let me add Jay to the chat.
Hey,
What's up, JJ?
What's going on, everybody? Hey, Shawn. Hey, Seaway.
Hey, Jay.
How y'all doing tonight?
Good.
Good. What's going on?
I like the hair, Jay.
I had to pin it up one time.
That's looking like a vibe from Our Kind of People.
You know, I need a little bit extra, but you know, I'm trying to channel my inner and Peggy.
That's it. You got it. So tell us what you think. We were just talking and chopping it up about Camille and Cornelius.
Well, I told you guys last week, if she didn't leave with him, it was going to be a problem because I was not going to believe her to be real about it. So I am kind of glad that she did leave because then that makes me feel like she did see something in him. I don't know. I can't say it's vice versa, especially that look he gave her when she said she was self-eliminating. That was a telltale look right there, just saying like, why are you doing that? Because it was more so to me in that moment. He was like, I wouldn't be if I was you. I would sure that be sad. And then the things that he was saying as he was leaving in the confessional, they were mostly kind of negative towards the whole situation. It's, we'll see what happens between us. I'm going to miss Camille. And everybody else, like, why would you miss her? Won't you keep talking to her after this? That doesn't make no sense. Why would you miss her? She's leaving with you. It's not like she's staying there. So there's no need to miss her. You can go in and be with her as much as you want off camera and do whatever it is that you like to do. What else did he say? Something about he regretted not making connections with other people. Or not. So I'm like, if this is your person, which clearly for her it is, this is your person, you shouldn't have all of these things to say on your way out. You should be kind of happy that she's choosing to go out with you. So like you say, we see these social media pictures and all that stuff. I don't know why. It's even awkward in the picture. It's more of a campaign than love to me. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, someone mentioned earlier in the comments that that picture didn't look like a ode to celibacy or waiting for marriage. What did you think about the picture, Seaway and Jay?
You know you don't want my comment about that picture. You're trying to get me in trouble. I'll be trying to stay out of trouble. You do not want my opinion about that picture. I'm gonna let Jay take that. She'll be more PC than me.
Well, I'll say it from, I was gonna take it from a modeling thing, evoking emotions. I'm glad you said it. But even from a modeling standpoint, there was some. If you look at the picture of her, kind of like having her hand on his chest or whatnot, it was uncomfortable. So I don't know if she's just not comfortable with being half naked in front of photographers or whatever the case may be. But that picture looked very uncomfortable. Just even for me to look at it, she didn't look comfortable in it. And if you're in love with, I put it like, if you're really in love with somebody, if you're really feeling somebody, you're not worried about the camera person taking that picture with you. You know, you're not worried about the person that's taking that picture at all. You're so focused on that person's energy that you're in the arms of, that you should be comfortable in that moment to be, this is what we were used to doing. We're used to being in each other's arms like this. We're used to being in each other's presence like this or whatnot. But like you say, if there's still some celibacy, abstinence in play, you know.
Well, let's look and see. Let's see if this is a celibate looking picture. Let's see, where's this picture at? Let's see if we can find it. Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like he should be.
Is that it? This is.
Yeah, that's the one. And she looks so uncomfortable, like even in her face, like there's nothing comfortable there. It almost, her arm is positioned almost like it's to hold him back some, which is to cover her boob up a bit, but at the same time, you could have wrapped it a little bit more around him. You can, there's different ways that you can do it. You can have it across his arm in a caressing manner, but you're almost pushing him off when you look at it. Her face doesn't look comfortable. She's almost feel like he's pulling himself into her, but she's pulling back. So it's, you know, I can tell that, you know, he's modeling, he's trying to take control of the situation, the scene and whatnot, but it just does not look comfortable. And really deep down inside, he should have been able, with the experience and with the fact that she's already into him, it should have been easy for him to talk her into being more comfortable. But
yeah,
I know, Tiffany, you want to say it's just a modeling pic, but modeling pics sell things. Trust me, I know when you're doing modeling pic, you're trying to sell something. You're not just there showing a picture. Like,
so you're saying, I think maybe she's saying they're just modeling. It's nothing to it. And you're saying you think that the awkward body language is saying a story about their true relationship.
Yeah, there's nothing comfortable about this picture. I'm looking at it. It should be more relaxed. It's looking real forced. It looked like first day of modeling school for her. And she has him as a prop.
Okay.
And for her to be in drama and stuff, I would doubt to say that she's never taken pictures with the co-star or somebody before. She knows what she's doing. So exactly, Brittany B.
And then her words. She's always writing a speech. That must be the teacher in her.
I can't read the speech. It's so small for me for right now, but
she says, the time for the real work to begin without the cameras. Although our story was told uniquely, and a lot of your side of the story and feelings were muted and twisted, we both know what it is. The real winning comes from finding your person and doing the work to create a lasting, real relationship after everything is said and done. Thank you to those that rode it out with us on the bumpy roller coaster ride. Although there are a ton of negative things I want to say, I'll keep it positive and simply say this. Cornelius, you are the absolute best thing to come out of this experience. You are a beautiful person inside and out in real life and the definition of a man. So that's what she got.
I wonder why there would be so many negative
That's deep.
I want to say. That's so weird.
Yeah.
I don't know. Am I wrong for thinking that you posting this at this point right now is some type of violation a bit or something?
So this is his. Can we see his? Mm-hmm. This is what his post is. Do we see that?
Can you read it? Because I have my screen small, so.
Oh, but you can see the picture, right? You see,
Yeah.
did I pull up a different picture?
Yeah.
So it tags Camille, own Keep It Real, own TV, the makeup artist. Shout out to Shasi, blah, 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 on photography work. Her work speaks for itself. If you want to book a session, check her out for studio rentals. Own
Ooh.
Keep It Real, Ready to Love Season 4, Ready to Love 5. And that's it. No. Oh, no caption needed.
But you get. Okay.
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 All right. Yeah. Okay. We can stop sharing now, right? We're good. He was paying a bill or two.
A bill or two.
He was paying the bills, making sure he was citing the photographer, the makeup artist, and she was confessing her love.
As we've seen all through the show.
And pretty much she just said in her caption, oh, his true feelings weren't shown. Well, they're not shown in that caption either.
Nor on those pictures.
Nope, you don't even see her face in his picture. So, the Camille and Cornelius saga continues. Look at what the salsa says. She's gonna poke out of control. So those two. Are we done with frickin' frack Cornelius and Camille? Any other commentary? Anybody else?
I'll just say I wish them the best. I wait for at the reunion to see how that's going. But if they're gonna make it work, each to power to both of them, because it's a fit.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fit. So
I agree.
All right. So who next? Who next, guys?
Who do you want to get next?
I was almost tempted in the beginning. That's why I slowed myself down, because I wanted to, of course, dive right into Zadia, but I'm like, no. Let's save her for the end. Let's save Zadia and Dante and how that all. It was a lot of crying for self-elimination. So I don't know. Let's see where they go. I just, the one thing that I did find is why she was so upset. Why she was so upset, why she was so emotional. But, again, she really must love him.
We talking about Zadia?
No, I didn't. Are we gonna go to Zadia now?
Who were you saying was upset? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, Camille. I was just thinking about all the tears and the crying, and her eyes were like red, bloodshot.
Oh, it's just the dramatics.
Pure drama.
I just think it was just the dramatics of it all, to be honest.
Now, what about Mumeen? Yeah, that's a good one, Taronda. Mumeen and Walter.
Mumeen and Walter. Well, how they made up this episode, kind of.
Do you think she was justified in being so upset in the way that from the resort, where she felt like supposedly Sabrina was playing mind games and manipulating him?
No, it was, to me, she clearly wasn't reading the room. She had already had her time with Walter. And then it was Sabrina's turn to have his time with Walter. And she awkwardly went over there and started rubbing his neck and brought people over there. And for me, I was just like, that's awkward. he's being weird because you're being weird. It's not because he's, I don't know what the energy that she was feeling though. Like she said she was feeling weird energy throughout the resort. I can't speak to that, but I can speak to the scene that we saw. I feel like she made that whole thing awkward. Like what was he supposed to do? Like stop sitting next to Sabrina and enjoy his neck rub? Like I don't know. So I feel like she was all in her head and she scared Walter away. Not saying Walter is like the best guy anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, there's been like a couple of rumors that I heard across social media that somehow Camille and Mumeen might be related. And that's why they're all in that brown girls club clique together. So maybe Mumeen has a little touch of the territorialness that Camille had. So she didn't want Sabrina to be spending any time with him.
Yeah, I'm with Seaway on it. You had your time with him; it was uninterrupted. Then you brought your cousin, family, friend, whatever, and Cornelius into the room while he's having his date with Sabrina. So yeah, I said it last week. He probably felt like it was a setup because you walked in, you seen them, then you walk back out, and if he's on alert, he probably seen you pop in and then walk back out and then came back in with them. I'm not going to speak for the man. I don't know for sure, but sometimes certain angles you can see somebody's shadow and you just like, what is that? So then you come in the room and now you're trying to rub on my neck and you're trying to do this or whatnot. I'm going to feel a bit awkward by it because you're coming in with weird energy and you're messing up a good vibe that I have going on. And now you're trying to touch me with that weird energy. And like I said, I'm one of them type of people that I feel vibes. So when I feel your energy and it's off, don't touch me. I don't want to be touched. I would not. I don't want your energy in my space, in my body. So it was just weird. And then you go to accusing the man of saying somebody's manipulating you. Like he said, at this point, you're basically self-eliminating yourself. You're turning me off. And he went to mention it with Sabrina. It just made it easier for Sabrina because she was just easy breezy. Now, on that flip side, Sabrina is right. It kind of is that you may have been a second choice or it's just that now all his attention is on you because Mumeen is not there. So, I get where she's coming from saying that it feels like he's making me, I was his second choice, but I don't know if it was really a second choice. He always seemed to have been upfront with the ladies and kind of kept them trying to walk down the line with them both at the same speed. It's just that now he doesn't have Mumeen to put his attention into, and he could put it into her. But at the same time, she still said that he wasn't calling her even after the trip. So it's just a weird thing. Like, I don't know what's going on with Walter. And maybe like they said, a couple of people in the interviews, they got their regular life after they film and they got to go do with other things. So, if you're catching up on your regular life after filming a 14, 16-hour day, whatever the case may be, time is limited and you might be tired. So I don't really know what his excuse for not keeping in touch with her, but he is putting all his eggs into her basket now. So we'll definitely see how it goes. I kind of like them two together. I don't know about this kid situation or what's to become of it or not. That's just something that she's going to have to talk about when she's ready, but I don't mind. I just didn't see him and Mumeen as a thing in the first place because to me, Mumeen has an electric complex. So she's looking for a daddy and not a daddy with an I, a daddy with a Y. Like she don't want a bedroom daddy. She wants an actual daddy. Like, and she's trying to find it in her man. And I don't know. I don't think Frake is that guy either, but whatever. More power to her on that one too.
So wait a second. You said she's looking for a daddy with a Y. What's that mean?
You're looking for a real daddy, not a daddy with an eye. You know, a daddy with an eye is the dude that you call, you know, your man. You call him a little daddy. You know what I'm saying? That's what the eye. Daddy with a Y is my real daddy. You know.
Is this something new? Did you know about this, Seaway? I never heard that before.
No, there's two. There's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
So there's daddy with an I and daddy with a Y. Okay.
Yeah, daddy with an I is like Zaddy.
Yep, it's like Zaddy. Hello.
Daddy with a Y is I have daddy issues. And I'm looking for a father. Yeah.
All right. Well, I learned something new tonight.
Just like we broke down the well, never mind, I'm gonna leave that alone. we have there's lots of different stuff going on. I didn't bring my work. I didn't bring any computer with me.
So what are you streaming on?
My Surface, and before it was my phone because I purposely left my work computer.
Oh well, nobody would know. The camera looks good.
Thank you. I'm just trying to make sure because this is not a computer. So.
Oh, you're
looking good. You got your little plant in the background. Go ahead.
That's my friend's plant. That's the door. That's my friend's plant.
So all right. So you think Mumeen has? You know what? That makes sense because her choice in dudes is not. It's not lining up to what she says she wants.
Future, this is not eggnog. This is just regular coffee to stay up. I'm sorry, Shawn.
Are you talking to the people in the comments through the stream?
Someone said something. I can't type on this Surface. I can't do nothing.
You really cutting up. So yeah, no, I think that definitely could be something that's out there, right? You know, listen, we just watching. Again, my disclosure, just for entertainment purposes, just speculation.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
I don't have a vested interest in Mumeen. I don't know about her therapy background. I don't know her father. I hope she has a great father that's in her life. Anybody that knows her in the comments, it just looks that way. It would give us the appearance based on how she's making her choices because the men that she is picking really don't align based on what we see. And then she just kind of goes along with the flow, whether it was Corey in the beginning with changing her flat tire, you know, now, from Walter to Frank. Well, Frank flat out told her he's hypersexual. You know,
it kind of sucks because technically, and we watch Mumeen kind of just feel around, which was right to do to try to figure out who's a right fit for you, but she doesn't have a fit. Like overall, Cornelius would have been the best fit for her, but overall, I don't see her really having a fit on this show with anybody. Like. I don't know if it's just me, but I just don't see her having a real thing. Walter probably would have been the second best thing, and that explains a lot of the attitude that she had on that potentially elimination date. But Frank, he's hypersexual. What you gonna do with that? You gonna let him?
Wait, Jay, would you say? Because I already talked to Shawn about this earlier. Would you say that the date with Frank was actually like the most genuine that we've seen Frank? Like, I didn't want to admit it, but him and Mumeen actually, like, for a second, I was like, oh, they're cute. You know, just for a second.
No, I agree with you. And I agree with you for the fact that he said later on in the deliberation that she makes him want to be the man he wants to be in a relationship. So she makes him want to level up. She's demanding that of him. So I do appreciate that about her connection with him. But what is she going to get out of being with Frank? You're making him excel up, but what is he going to do for you in the long run? Because is he really going to wait? Or are you going to have some agreement that he can go do what he wants to do? And you'd be okay with it.
He said a knock knock joker.
Can I just clarify, after he thought that he was like a museum guide? Okay, like post that part. Because I was done with him trying to give basic US history to Mumeen, and Mumeen was like, oh my God, I'm so impressed. I was like, girl.
He's my history teacher.
I'm like, not this man giving you third grade history.
That's what make me think she wants a daddy, like with the Y. Like, you're looking for a teacher now? Okay.
He was breaking down the good third grade history book. I was like, sir, I thought he was going to give us some tidbits from like the African American History Museum, some I ain't been to yet that I really want to go to. I'm like, please give us something we can feel. Don't give us this third grade history. And Mumeen was just so moved.
She was moved. Again, she was moved by the little gesture of him collecting a golf ball from the putt-putt and wrote their name on it.
Oh, that's right.
It's the little things for her. Okay, I'm not mad at it. It's the little things, you know. At
And
the
then
end
she said, "You're so mindful." I was like, if that is mindful, let me pick up a rock that I stumbled over on our first date, and I'll present it to you.
It's the little things, Shawn. Some women just like the little things, okay?
All right. Listen, if it takes that little, I'm all for it. That's low effort right there.
Brittany said, Professor Shimmy, I'm crying.
Mumeen would be impressed by a glass of water.
Oh, J-Dubs. You done made Seaway drop her whole daggos.
That is too funny. So other than that, so now we got, Frank is trying to be intentional, right? And it's winning Mumeen over. Now, I will say this about our guy, Frank, right? So while we're going to, hit on some good points, he was very clear that he had an interest in both Mumeen and Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
He was more upfront than our guy Phil that we'll talk about a little later, right? So we got to give him some respect for that, right? Does he get some points?
No,
he 100% gets points, because when we get to Phil, we're going to have to be real clear about that. Frank has been straightforward. Even when we're going to see next week, he tells Mumeen's immigrant parents, it looks like, I don't know what. No, I'm mentioning it because that's really, you don't tell immigrant parents that that their daughter is an option. Anyone with immigrant parents in the chat will tell you the same. You don't tell them that your daughter is an option, even though that's the truth, right? And that's how honest he's being. That's what I'm mentioning. He's being very honest, because most people would not want to do that. So yeah, I mean, we got to give it to Frank for keeping 100 in this process, because no one can say that he played them on that front.
That's absolutely true.
Seaway went from point A right to the cliff.
You don't. Can you imagine? Yeah, like, you like my daughter? Yeah, and somebody else too. Ooh, Jesus. You don't say that. I mean, but it's the truth.
Well, Chris Natha agrees with you.
Look, you don't. That's a tough one. But I'd rather him do that than lie. Don't lie to my parents and say I'm the only one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think to what Jay's earlier point, when we see him, I think he is trying to level up. He's trying to be at a place where he could be the man that Mumeen would want for him to be. Now, is he really going to be that person? I don't know. Is he going to do that? Is he going to be able to follow through? That would be the thing that, time would only tell, because he still is looking like a playboy around here. He's still giving, Sydney, she's dishing out all these COVID kisses everywhere. I'm like, isn't it COVID? She's giving these people all these open mouth kisses.
Not in Sydney's world. Sydney, I got my shot and I'm good.
She's like, the alcohol kills it.
Zadia! No, that's my only thing, because I do, since day one, since his the introduction of Frank, he seemed like he is the relationship type. But my biggest concern is he going to wait without pressuring her and let her come to herself of making her own decision? So That's what I'm really concerned with. So we'll see if he can do it. They may work. I don't know.
I doubt. I doubt. He's gonna wait, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you need to wet your whistle? Danny M, boy, she wet everybody whistle. She was wetting whistles all over the place. I don't know what's going on. It's out of control. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Mumeen. I don't know. I just don't like some of the energy she was given because she seemed so sweet. And I know, you got to watch sweet people, you got to watch quiet people because they will flip on you when you push their buttons. But that energy she just given Walter, it was just like, why are you coming into this room with all this hostility? And I got to set some things straight. Like,
Yeah, no, I definitely saw that there be a relationship between Mumeen and Camille because she was ready to flip on Walter when they were sitting by that pool, and then that's when she started to get all churchy. I guess she pulled herself back, but I've seen people be like, I see God is telling me you showing out the spirit of the devil done gotten to you. And it's turning you away. I was like, relax. What energy are you feeling? What spirit?
yeah.
Like, oh my gosh. It's not that deep, lady.
Then you talking about, I don't care if he dating whatever. We're done. Like, who said he was going to tell you about him and Sabrina? That's not even why you're here. You're here because you're almost going home.
Exactly. You're on the chopping block.
Oh, her expression changed when he mentioned deliberation. She said, "Oh, okay.
Oops.
Let me bring it down.
Wrong road, sis.
Wrong road.
You're about to get this turned into a double elimination.
Right.
Check your attitude.
Quadruple elimination at this point. I was like, wow, he's still trying to save you and be cool with you, and you still on 10. Bring it down.
Yep, she was like, well, he chose Sabrina, but I'm sticking to Frank. All right, listen.
Cool.
Pipe down.
Everybody is now choosing up. We at that point. That's what we do.
But is Frank choosing you? And then she was like, but I know Frank is trying to decide between me and Sydney, but he just doesn't know he's not ready to choose me yet or something. I'm like, huh?
Yeah, I'm his one or something. Like,
y'all let her talk her talk. Let her talk her talk.
No, she was being positive, so I can't even be mad at that part.
Cool.
I'm like doing a positive self-talk right now, so enjoy. I don't know.
Who was doing the positive self-talk?
Mumeen in that moment, she was saying she was being positive that Frank just don't know he gonna choose.
Oh, she was manifesting. That's what they
Right.
call it.
If you don't hype yourself up, who gonna hype you up?
Hey,
you gotta be your own number one star player. She gonna talk herself up. I was
gonna hype herself right off the court and right on the bench.
Go Mumeen. Yes.
Woo! Team me. By myself.
Zadia.
She's gonna be out the door with Zadia and her flip-flops.
But that her date with Frank was sweet. It was nice. I am not mad at it. So it was one of the most natural dates that we've seen.
Yeah.
Outside of Aisha and Dante, and it was pretty like flowing. So
yeah, I think and I think in all seriousness, I know we had jokes, but it seems like there is a genuine interest in her, and I think as Frank even was talking, he was saying like he's building something with her, and I think if he stays the course, that could be longevity, because I'm sure a girl like Sydney is probably who he's used to being around and in their presence. Mumeen would be somebody a little different than what he's accustomed to in terms of her mindset and her values per se.
Mm-hmm. I really like who Frank was on that date with Mumeen. I felt like we finally got some type of sincere vibe from him. I think on that date we finally got a real energy, and we've been getting realer energy from him I think as the weeks have gone on, we laughed and kikied about the salt shakers and stuff like that, but he's been showing a better side of him, a less sexual side, a less overt sexual side, and more real. And I think different people bring out different stuff in you, and maybe Mumeen is bringing out a more serious relationship vibe. I think Sydney is just bringing out his more club promoter, salt shaker vibe. Not saying Sydney's bad, it's just not, she's not bringing out that vibe. And alternatively, you see that Sydney is bringing out a more interesting side in Phil than maybe Shiloh is, so different people bring out different things. So I think, Frank, if he keeps going like this, maybe him and Mumeen will be fine. I mean, it's a very odd couple. I think we didn't think that would be a good couple, but maybe it is. I think it's possible. I'm not gonna. I mean, Frank ain't got me yet, but I do think. Not. He's so silly.
Wait, I'm gonna ignore J Dubs right now. I got
J-Dub, you are killing. You're killing us, J-Dub. You're killing us.
No, but on the segue from that, like you were saying, Seaway, certain people bring out different things, because I noticed a little jab in the men's deliberation when Phil said with Sydney, it's more than just surface. And that's all Frank and her been. And that's all Frank and Aisha was, because they were leading with sexual energy. And so with Mumeen, she doesn't lead with that energy, so he has to come with something else. And on the flip side, you have it with Phil and Sydney. And even Sydney was kind of saying her relationship with Frank, she wants more in depth, more something. So that lets me know that overall on both ends, they're being surfaced with each other. It's I see you, I like you. Hi, how is your day? That's it. We're not getting anywhere deeper with it, as opposed to with Phil. She asked him one little question and he went on to give her a whole explanation of why he feels he needs to be better in a certain department of his relationship, in a certain department of relationships with people. So it's like, wow. Interesting.
The Salsa keeps talking about Frank's ex. I'm not posting her comment though.
We'll have to find out, because I'm still curious on if half of these exes are real exes or not. So
yeah, the white lady threw me off, to be honest.
Wait.
But by the end though, she seemed pretty chill. I'm not even gonna lie. Not even gonna hold you. I think I was judging her at first just because I was just like, come on out, Frank, just in general. But by the end of it, I was like,
I told y'all what vibe she was giving me. I'm like, shoot, she was looking for a little turn up with Frank and him.
Yeah, she was giving her like a little chill. She was giving a little chill vibe. I wasn't mad at her at the end.
Jay, you going down a whole nother road. Yeah, sip your drink.
I don't know what road Jay going down. Maybe I'm
another one.
Another round. Bartender, keep them coming.
Oh no, it threw me off, because I'm just like, why is a white woman on Ready to Love? Why is she on OWN period? That was what threw me off.
It was,
but again, I mean,
what he had to bring. It was what he had to bring.
This is for entertainment. No, I have to do my disclaimer. This is for entertainment purposes only. The views expressed by Seaway are hers alone. They are not of Shawn Unfiltered.
Look, I didn't even say nothing yet.
Seaway got to go around with this disclaimer everywhere.
First of all,
I swear, I wish I had time to put my disclaimer.
I don't know. We don't even need a disclaimer. OWN is so black that they don't even have white people on their house hunters. That is how black OWN is. OWN has an all black house hunters.
Seaway, I did the disclaimer, not for you to double down.
I'm confident
that you stand firm in your beliefs.
It's not even a belief. I'm just surprised. That's OWN's belief. OWN is very good.
No, Chris, I have to consistently make disclaimers.
Right. Thank you, Chris. We didn't need his double down disclaimer.
Oh God, it'd be your own OG panelist.
Yep. 28.
Right
I'm
down
blind
line.
as hell.
And now you got Brittany B. No, don't get going, please.
Thank you guys.
See, they support you, Seaway.
Because we was all trying to figure out the same thing. But you know what? I didn't even judge Frank. I was just like, you know what? This could have been an interesting point in his life.
CAW, no, she is not using her corporate filter at all. AW.
Nope, left my
Nope.
work computer at home. I am not. This is not corporate today. I'm tired. Look, my birthday's in 2 days.
That's right. Seaway's got a birthday coming up.
I do. It's sad season.
Filters on.
The big 2-5.
Right.
2-5 plus.
2-5 in Shiloh years. 25 in Shiloh years.
What is wrong with you?
Look, I'm turning. I wish I was turning 25. Thank you.
Right. Every 10 minutes, I'm gonna have to give my disclaimer for you guys. I'm trying to get to 500. You know, tonight we're like around 472. I can get my little community tab, then I could grow to my 1,000 mark. I don't want to be taken down.
Not J-Dubs. Oh wow, J-Dubs.
What did he say now?
What did he say? Look, let him say it. So I don't have to give another freaking disclaimer. Sagittarius energy, big Sag energy.
You know, these guys don't miss anything.
Oh, Jesus.
They said Shiloh years. What is she, 31 or 33? What is she supposed to be?
It says 33 on there.
It says.
J-Dub just gave you what it is.
So while we're on Shiloh and not her age, and this is for entertainment purposes only.
I'm entertained at this point. How about anybody else?
They just think we dumb.
It's only for my entertainment at this point.
They know any age you give them on the show. And this is not the first time they done did that.
Not the double down, J-Dubs.
Jesus. A very, very, come on, J-Dub. Take it easy on you, girl. She gonna find you because you down in the DMV, J-Dub. She gonna find you, brother. Shiloh gonna come for you with her intimacy coach skills. So on to Phil and Shiloh. So what do we think about their chemistry and how they're progressing?
She's giving too much. She's giving too much. People don't like this saying. I know, Shawn, you're gonna say something, but you always want a man to love you a little bit more, to like you just a little bit more than you like them. It is key. That is the major key. People can debate me, take it up with somebody else. I'm letting y'all know. You do not want to be that into a man. You do not want to take that step that fast, and he ain't even reciprocated like that. It looked like he was all for Shiloh, like Tyrone was, and all of a sudden she started feeling him, and now he pulling back, which is how some of y'all dudes do, unfortunately. And it seems like she's like picking up on the fact that he's pulling up, he's pulling back, he's acting funny. And he's acting funny because now he sees Sydney and he think he got a bigger fish that he can, he's trying to get a bigger fish in his mind. So I just feel like Shiloh needs to read the room and realize that Phil is moving funny. Just like what Venetia last season, when Joel start moving funny. When they start moving funny, move with them. That's all you can do. So I feel like Phil is sleeping on Shiloh because he think he can get a bigger fish, and that'll be his loss. I like Shiloh, but she's coming off like she need him. She should never have professed that he was her number one. And yes, it is very sad to have to play these games. I am not a game player. I'm a Sag. I don't play games. It's very unfortunate to have to, kind of construct your mind in this way. But as a woman, to protect yourself, you need to do that. Because as you see next episode, she's going to get her feelings hurt. So that's my thing.
Well, that was a mouthful. Jay.
You gotta do the Kojo. Good points.
Some good points there.
Good point.
I totally get what you're saying. Some good points.
Who's next? Hey, honor culture. Who's next? No, definitely agree with Seaway. You know, you got to read the room, move when he's moving. Here's my thing, though. Had Sydney been there from jump, would he have been on Shiloh as tough? I don't think so. I think Shiloh became his strong connection early off because out of the limited choices, she was the best one there for him. As far as the overall whole, because I still think him and Aisha would have had a better connection had Aisha want more kids. Because they were actually having deep conversations, and it seemed like there were organic conversations enough for her to even confess why she doesn't want to have any more kids. The fact that Shiloh says that she likes asking questions, and that's not a problem. That is a good way to get to know a person. It's depending on how you're asking the questions and what type of questions you're constantly asking. Are these questions coming out organically? Are they flowing natural? Do they fit in the conversation? Or are you just throwing them at the person whenever you get a chance and hoping that they answer these questions? So it's a lot that we are not seeing that may be playing into why he is pulling away from her. Because even still, with the 2 weeks of not having Sydney around, and that bond being formed, it should have been strong enough for him to stay there if it was strong in the first place. So I don't think it was ever totally strong. And if it was totally strong, he wouldn't have been sitting here with Tasia, Aisha, whoever else. Because a part of me feel like Zadia might have been slid up in there a couple of times where he said what he said at the end. I always got your back and all that, you know, and how he was going with her at the end. But he's been dating around for a while, and it hasn't made no true commitment with Shiloh. So there's something that's keeping him hesitant. And the fact that he feels that he's getting a more deeper connection, you know, than just surface with Sydney. You know, she's actually, like I said, she asked one question of what do you think you can do better in relationships? And he went on to speaking about his mother after he gave her the answer. So there's something natural and free about her that allows him to just be relaxed and all that, despite him saying that Shiloh is a person that has a way of making you open up. He still hasn't been able to do that with her. He admits to having some type of trust issues where he doesn't naturally open up to people. Yet with Sydney, he does.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't do it with Shiloh. So that there's something with Shiloh that is a little off-putting to him, not enough for him to just be relaxed in himself and feel comfortable enough to open up. I don't know what it is because we haven't seen any bad edit of Shiloh thus far. So there's something we're not seeing that is making him a little bit more hesitant about picking her. So I don't know. Their chemistry has always been weird to me, but out of the pickings, when it was there, it was kind of the best fit. They both kind of have a chill vibe. And sometimes you want the opposite of what you are too. If I'm chill and I'm kind of an introvert, sometimes I might want a little bit of an extrovert to bring me out of my shell. So it depends on what he's looking for. Clearly, she's what he's looking for. And that kiss between them two, it was like a shut you up type of kiss. Here's a kiss real quick, you know, and it definitely wasn't the same kiss that he gave and continuously gave Sydney, because he started kissing her hands, her legs, and I was like, bruh, sir, your mouth to yourself. Man, it was just one of them real quick pecks and backed up, and but see, even in that moment right there when she was like, is that it? And he kind of he kind of threw his hands up like this, like, so it's something that she's doing that every little thing he does is not enough for her. And I think he's feeling that. But she wants grand gestures. That's what she asked for. She told him right then and there. So
you got to ask for grand gestures. Just throw it away. Grand gestures is not one of those things you ask for.
So yeah, I hear like what I kind of walked away too, and I mean, I know I heard your earlier point, Seaway, and I think the less imbalanced part of that would be for people to be on the same page versus one person to like one person more than the other, because at the end of the day, somebody could potentially get their feelings hurt. So I know as a guy, I don't want to I don't want to be more in love with a woman than she is with me, because then I could potentially get myself hurt by putting myself out there. But I want us to be, now how we express love and feel love may not necessarily manifest itself to be the same way, but be in the same point of being open to love each other or wanting to be exclusive, right? So I think that's where they may be a little bit off, and Shiloh was a little premature and kind of confessing how much she was in it with Phil, right? I think she could have gauged a little bit more to see where he was before letting that part of herself be vulnerable in that way. Because even when they were doing that game and she was asking him questions, and she was like, tell me something about myself, and he was like, well, you have that way about you that is, I forgot how he framed it, but he was like, you have a way of, being able to see beyond, or see, kind of see what I'm trying to say, or kind of see behind the veil, I guess. And then he was like, he was like, it's annoying. And then she just kind of looked at him and was like, no. He was like, but no, but in a good way. So I know, Seaway, you're the queen of these, whether it's medium ugly, whether it's, you name it. So do you think annoying in a good way, is that a thing?
That's just, they're just calling you annoying and trying to put some flower touch on it. There's no annoying in a good way. That's not one of my phrases.
So
or anybody's phrase.
Annoying in a good way.
That's not a thing. They're just calling you annoying.
It's a dressed up way of being annoying. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Danny said he might have been teasing. I don't know, because their whole interaction was a little awkward. And even, like to Jay's point earlier with the kiss, he gave her the kiss and kind of shut her up. And then she was like, that's it. It's like, I mean, he was like, his look was like, oh, come on, lady. Like, really? Now you're not happy with the kiss I gave you. So I think their energy, their level, they're not on the same page, for sure. And when he went and gave Sydney that kiss, there was nothing left on the table. He gave her a full-blown COVID kiss. That's it. They're done. They're sealed together. So he was kissing every, her hand, her fingers, her palms. I mean, that's intimate when you start all that kissing. So he's definitely feeling her, and I think there is probably more chemistry with a woman like Sydney. And if you look at his ex, think about this. If you look at his ex, who does his ex most resemble?
Sydney.
There you go.
So, I was going to get to that. I was just.
So for the ladies out there, you're interested in a guy, or you're dating a guy and you want to know where you fit in the grand scheme of things. It's not to say everybody has a type or whatever, but if you can look at a couple of his exes, you're going to get an indication for, could be body type, it could be just all around type. It'll tell you where you measure up. And it's not it's not something that's always fixed in stone per se, but you're going to get a good indicator.
And that's what I was going to say. It sucks for Sydney because aesthetically, overall, in the face and everything, her and Sydney kind of favor. or whatnot, like by hair and face, but body wise, there's difference. Because Sydney has, I'm not really sure, but I think Sydney has a little bit more back to her than Shiloh does. So if he's a booty man, she gonna win off of that, you know, because I mean, like overall, they're both kind of favoring each other from the hair and all the way down. But you know, if I have one that has a more serious personality and I have one that has a more fun personality, and I'm not ready to be serious, I'm going over here with the fun.
Yeah, Jay, I think you called it. I think actually Shiloh and Sydney do resemble each other in that way. And I feel like that's why when Shawn, you asked that question, if Sydney was there from the beginning, would he have chosen Shiloh? No. I feel like Shiloh was as close to his type as he can get to. And then when Sydney popped on, he was like, oh yeah, that's it. That's the one. You know what I mean?
I think he was trying to ignore her at the pool on purpose to keep his distance, but she was like, no, brother.
No, because she, you know, her presence is a little, you know, she's striking, so it's a little intimidating. So, you know.
Yeah, well, he got his hands full now and stuff, and like you
his
said
hands, his lips, his mouth, he's all over the place.
Like you said earlier, C-Way, his problem is he needs to be straightforward, and because he's still trying to fill things out and he's not just saying, hey, I got these options. I'm sorry that you limit yours down to me, but I got these options and I want to continue to explore them. It's possibly going to blow up in his face next week. So.
And Danny said, does it apply to Walter's ex? There's always an exception, Danny.
You don't know what the hell was going on. Walter has a very odd past.
Walter is like, I'm not trying to be serious with anything since my marriage, and so that ex was play around. I don't see that being a serious ex. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we don't know Walter still. Just we don't know who that man is.
I would have to see pictures of his ex-wife for it to really see it. So
yeah, Walter is an imposter. We don't know him.
Oh,
this show will be over and we still won't know him. The fact that we know Frank a little better than we know Walter says a lot.
Frank was gonna give us that anyway. I told you his energy and his introduction package. He's more of a relationship type. So I think he's just looking for somebody that wants to bring the best out of him. Shawn's just stop laughing and just
These comments have me so weak.
He has been. He's been out here doing too much for 20 years. He ain't got nothing serious in between. Okay, I'm done. I'm not playing with J-Dubs tonight. I will not be repeating none of this.
Disclaimer. All views expressed by anyone in the comments section are strictly for entertainment purposes only. Oh God. So yeah, I think we've exhausted Shiloh, right? Shiloh and Phil. It's probably run its course because they have some type of sit down with Tommy. Phil looks like he's being sent to the principal's office. So yeah, that's gonna be over pretty quickly.
Yeah, that she says she's emotionally hurt and whatever spiraled out of hand. I'm at this point. I'm pretty guessing because he's a quiet type. He done went off. I'm thinking he's the one that went off, but we'll see. But that's where I'm thinking it went to. You making drinks over there? Okay. C-Way bartender.
C-Way is doing. You got to do the shake.
I can't.
You got to do the shake. You got to do the Frank shake.
Keep asking my godson to open this stuff. I can't open crap.
C-Way is pre-gaming. Oh boy.
I can't open anything.
She's on her worst birthday behavior right
Wait,
now.
I thought you were going out.
We are, but we're waiting for people. And I'm here with you. How am I be out? I'm drinking.
Seaway is on her worst birthday behavior right now.
Hello.
I don't know how to open this. I'm not strong.
We don't have a man in the house.
See, that's when y'all ladies look forward to having a dude around, right? Just to open up a bottle.
That's all we need at this point.
Jesus.
Hello.
This is not coming up.
Ain't that something?
Oh, I got it.
All right, so have we exhausted Shiloh?
Mm-hmm.
Poor Shiloh, who's about to get her heart broken.
I hate to see it.
Yeah, because she seems like a good woman,
Yeah. A lot of women in the comments called it. I was giving Phil the benefit of the doubt. And a lot of people said that he was trash. I didn't want to say it.
Wow, well, why you gotta be trash though?
Okay, I'm saying what other people were saying. I'm reporting the news.
What news?
I'm just reporting the news.
The people in the streets, Sean. The people in the streets.
But why is it gotta go to trash? So it's like jumped all the way off the cliff. Well, how about honestly, his judgment's a little off?
You just gotta watch the quiet one sometimes. I mean, the fact that he just need to be straight up and just say where he's at. Like, I'm feeling you, but I'm feeling somebody else too, And I don't know if those questions are really asked.
He's not going to do it because he's not going to do it because people like that are being selfish. He doesn't want to tell Shiloh what it really is because he doesn't believe he has the juice yet to pull Sydney. When he feels like he got the juice for real to pull Sydney, he'll let Shiloh go. Mm-hmm. But until then, he wants to string Shiloh along because he know on a regular day, he's not mixing with a Sydney. And that just is what it is. That's just the fact of the matter. He knows he's in a special situation where now he can get the attention of a Sydney.
But remember, listen, don't count him out because Phil's ex was a baddie.
Mm-hmm. Phil's ex was a baddie, but also seems like she was a very cute girl that was a regular girl. She seemed like a very cute girl that had more of a Shiloh personality. Sydney is an IG model, IG whatever. It's not just about being pretty. His ex was just as pretty as Sydney was. Okay. But it's about the overall, like...
He's going to get a different experience with Sydney.
He's going to get a different experience I don't think he's used to. He's used to the Shilohs, the ex, like his ex. I poured you a drink.
Oh, thanks. A Coast doesn't want one?
If that's what he's looking for, I don't think he's ready to love because if you're looking for a relationship, you won't.
J-Dub brought up a good point. He said that Phil's ex did say he had communication problems. So I think that's probably what we're starting to see and what he's running up against. Because if you think about both of the interactions that he had with both Sydney and Shiloh, did he really say much other than the fact that he lost his mother 4 or 5 years ago? He didn't really say much of substance, right?
Outside of that, no.
So I think that just kind of goes to what she was saying, and I think he's just having a hard time really articulating himself in where he stands with both ladies. Whether is he considering both of them, or does he really want Sydney but wants to keep Shiloh on the back burner? What is it? He does need to be a little bit more clearer.
Well, we also have to remember though, Aisha said that they have like real conversations too. So I don't know. It might be on the type of level he is with you. If we're in a relationship, he might not be as good at communicating how he really feels about things, opposed to just seeing you as a friend. So I don't know.
Or
maybe Aisha was doing most of the talking and he was just a good listener.
Or that part too. So,
what do you think happened with them?
Aisha and Phil?
Mm-hmm.
The kid situation. Mm-hmm. He wants kids. So
I wonder if that was it. I don't know.
I think maybe it was more so she probably just like, I don't want to put that on you.
Mm-hmm. I love her and Dante, by the way. Dante is really grown on me.
Yeah.
I see why he got 3 kids, 3 baby mamas. He kind of swaggy to me now at this point.
See why that kicked in quick?
I mean, what? No, between the silk pajamas and him sitting there eating that food,
Yeah.
while she had her finger in his face, and he was still eating his food. I was like, Dante, you are my spirit animal. I need to channel your level of chill and composure. You know, you are fine by me. I see why you got 3 baby mamas. I see it.
Yeah.
It's not your fault.
It's not
your fault.
J Dub is nuts. I'm done.
Good, J Dub out of control.
What?
Brittany said this point she would be a baby mama. You know what? I'm not mad at it. Dante, I'm not mad at him. Yeah, and his ex, wasn't that his ex who was like, I will get back with him? Dante, he is now. Yeah.
Yeah.
It takes a special type of man to have a finger on your nose, on the tip of your nose, okay? And to keep eating your food and tell that girl, you better go on like that. I was just like, okay, Dante.
Well, I guess we're here.
What?
I said, well, I guess we're here now.
The Seaway done steered the ship right on over.
Oh, I did steer it. My apologies. I was thinking about.
You see me, you was getting all, I don't know if it's the tequila or what, but you done got all on the Dante train.
Oh, no, I've been on it since the silk pajamas. I just started drinking. So no.
Oh, so you like silk pajamas?
I like the way he pulled off those silk pajamas.
Well,
but I like the way he came in and covered Aisha. That's where it started.
Yeah.
He came in and covered Aisha when he stood up to Zadia for being a mean girl. Then he put the icing on the cake with the massage bed and the silk pajamas. I was like, okay.
Snatched her from Phil real quick.
Snatched her from Phil the way he snatched. Like, Mumeen need to know how to snatch somebody that smooth. That's what she need to learn. He came in just like, can I borrow her for a minute? You know? Phil was like, can't be mad at you, King. All right. And, you know, like, it was just swaggy.
So, Jay, you wanted to know what happened to Aisha and Phil. That did. Dante in his silk pajamas.
It wasn't me that wanted to know. That was Seaway who wanted to know. She answered her own question.
That's it.
Them
silk pajamas and them late night massages.
Not Dante used to coordinating women fighting. You know he is. You know he is. The way he steered Aisha from going back down that path. You know, like he was like, no, you know, we ain't even gonna go there. When she was like about to get re-mad at Zadia again.
But see, the beautiful point of that right there, and it makes Aisha even easier for him to choose, is in that moment, he said, okay, and listen, opposed to Zadia, on the other hand, when he is telling her, you know, you need to calm down, choose a different path or whatever. And she's like, no. So it's just like, if I'm dealing with a person, I don't care if it's a man. If I'm telling you something like, don't act this way in public, and you just tell me flat out no, and the other person is like, I hear you, babe. You know, let me chill out. I'm gonna lean to the person that's easier to talk to. I'm not about to be in my house fighting with you because you just don't want to take a different path because you want to be petty all the time. And y'all know I'm petty queen, so it's just like, we can't have 2 petty people in a relationship. That's just not gonna work. Just can't. But you know, since we are on these people, let's break it all down.
So I'm gonna open it up for anybody that wants to come on and talk about the Dante Zadia saga.
Okay, well, before we get to the people on here, I'm going to go ahead and say what I got to say.
Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely.
Whatever. We're going to rewind all the way to last week. Because at the end, you want to be in this man's face, acting like he played you. You turn back in there or whatnot. And I'll talk about that phone call you were trying to make that obviously didn't go through, what made you turn around in the first place. Because I know a couple people are saying it was probably production. No, I think you were trying to call somebody else to get yourself together. And when they didn't pick up, you decided you wanted to walk your behind back up in there and get in this man's face. But while you're all in his face telling him about what he did or didn't do at the retreat, you were the first one to initiate the distance. The man asked you, I need to find a room. It was all you had to do is stop what you're doing. Here, let me go help you find a room so I know exactly what room you're in, where you're staying. Or not, but you did like this. It's all across the other way. Okay. You shut me down already once. So therefore, when I'm starting to try to engage with you some more throughout the thing and tell you, your behavior wasn't the best at the table, you're going to sit here and tell me no and act a funny way again with me and stuff. So yeah, I'm going to be up off of you. I'm going to go where the energy is good. Like it makes absolutely no sense to keep pursuing you when you're clearly telling me that's not what you want. And on top of it, she the one in her confessional talking about she was off of him in that same episode. So why are you so hostile at this dinner? Can't let the man enjoy his vegan risotto or whatnot, and you want to sit here and be all up in his face, calling Aisha a dense, a dunt, a dummy, whatever she called her, insulting him to Phil and all that stuff like that. Like you had all kind of insults coming out of your mouth through that whole time, and you want to sit here and act like he's supposed to choose you. And what the real attitude was, he didn't get up and chase you. So that's why you walked your butt back up in there. Because you thought when you walked off, you made your little scene, he was going to get up and go chase you. And you got all the way to that elevator, pushed the button, turned around, and you noticed he wasn't there.
Ain't nothing more awkward than that one. When you do the woman exit and he don't come after you, there's nothing more awkward than that. You like, this man did not follow me. I do not see him behind me. That's what really got her. That's why she starts seeing red. She's like, I didn't make this dramatic exit and this man is still sitting down eating his food.
And on top of it, who you choosing is somebody I'm already beefing with. And granted, the beef might be my choice, but you choosing somebody that I'm beefing with, and you not following me, you not chasing me. The man just got through telling you at that dinner, I'm not going to continue to chase you. So what did you expect when you got up and walked off when he was trying to have the conversation with you right there, and you just told him, go on and be with your friend, and her long talks about nothing? When he sat there and it took another glass of wine and got his risotto, he was not worried about you anymore. You should have left it alone and kept going down that elevator. Say what you want. But no, and you heard it earlier, Shawn, when my dad said it, and that's the best advice I've ever gotten in my life, when my dad has sat there and tell you, if you're going to put your hands on a man, you better be able to take that man. Meaning you better be able to whoop his behind if you're going to put your hands up on him, because you do not do that. That's what you don't do. You don't put your hands on anybody that you don't think you can win that fight. So.
And she didn't just like tap him. She didn't just give him like a little push. She disrespected him. She put her finger on his nose.
But that's the second time she done touch him, because she touched him.
That is very disrespectful. There's like, you shouldn't put your hands on people, period. But there's like a little like push, and then there's like, I am disrespecting you. Like she had her finger in his face.
Yeah, it's all you have to do is here, spit in his face. You already tapped him on his way out, where he kind of like moved off of you. So you prone to putting your hands on people. That I can only imagine if the cameras weren't around, because you're gonna do so much with the cameras around. So if the cameras weren't around, I can only imagine how much of your hands would have been in that man's face. So I have a big problem. Y'all can say what y'all like Zadia and all that, but her attitude leading all the way up to that point right there, that is a whole turn off for me. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's it. And that's that on that. What's up, J Dubs?
What's up? I'm here. Can you hear me?
We hear you, bro. We hear you.
Keep that same energy you had in the chat.
I mean, I got a whole bunch of energy. I'm here for two reasons, of course, to support Shawn and as well. But I'm on the run from my own channel. I made a comment.
Don't hide over here.
Yeah, I made it. I didn't commented on that Zadia and Dante's situation. So I mean, I was catching it from all directions. I made 2 parts, and they just really came for me, and I had to take a break. But really, I would say it's important for me to come here. I know, Shawn, you're like in a politically correct mindset today, but I'm a slightly speak for you because we come from a certain generation of men. Respect is the first, second, and third thing that is required. That's how we roll. That's how we live. That's how it is in all our relationships, if they have relationships of substance of any kind. And just the fact that someone can minimize that this situation was, it was just Zadia blowing off steam. It's just such a double standard. It's the same way to go with the Brown Girl Squad. You know, I don't really get into the colorism thing, if you will, but let Sydney or Sabrina had made that the internet would be on fire for a whole week. But we going to get on the Zadia and the Dante thing. Now, people were coming for me just saying that I can say that I was kind of harsh on Dante because I guess I was projecting the way I would deal with this situation with it, because in no shape, fashion, or form could I have a conversation, continue to have a conversation with someone where they're inches from my face, got their finger and tapping on my nose. Like, we can't discuss anything till we get that straight first. We got to get that straight first and clean that up. And so a lot of people were saying, well, you know, Dante did the right thing. You know, he should let her just continue on or have her way or do what she wants. Like I said, different men that come from different schools and generations, she totally violated that man. Now, if the shoe was on the other foot, Dante would probably be in handcuffs, off the show, lose his job, any and everything. All that comes because in actuality, let's be real. Bottom line, it was a crime. She assaulted him. It's just that simple. But I didn't want to go that far. It came off, I'm going to keep it real. It came off weak to me with Dante, where it was more so he was still talking and allowing her to do that. Because, I mean, as a little child, I was taught you always protect yourself no matter what. That doesn't mean a woman like Zadia or Zadia herself was in my presence or trying to poke me. That means I would give her violence. But I can handle any other situation to protect myself and not allow someone to abuse me and say that that's okay. It wouldn't be okay for a woman to accept that. So why should a man have to have someone poking him in his face? It disgusted me. I was a Zadia fan from the beginning, but more and more, she showed me that her insides were ugly to me. And the time that happened is when, like, they were at the women's deliberation table and Zadia was being very nasty to an apologetic Sydney. And when somebody's trying to apologize or calm something down and you still coming forward with that heat and dare I say aggression, I call a thing a thing. You know, that's a hot button for some women. It is what it is. It's not I'm slinging slurs around. I'm calling what I'm seeing and what I see as an experience. So yeah, so really I'm hiding out because then they hit me with well, they thought I was I guess victim shaming Dante and saying that I was bothered by his non-action. I wanted him to do something. I wanted him to do something to protect himself, and that was all. And that doesn't mean hit her or do something violent. I mean, whoever is get up or address her and say, hey, this is not acceptable. I wouldn't do it to you. Please don't do it to me. Something. Stand up for yourself. But everybody's not built like Dante. Everybody's not built like me. So that's the part. That's the only part I, maybe saw it where I could correct something. But it was good to just get that off because I was catching it from both sides. I can take a breath.
Not you being on the run.
Breathe,
not
bro.
you being on the run.
I was on the run. Yeah, they was coming. They lit my comments up.
No way.
And everything. Yeah, they was coming from me.
Sean can give you advice. He been on the run. Weren't you on the run last week?
Oh yeah, no, I had to take a whole week off.
He was 300 comments deep on the run.
Well, yeah, you definitely know that. If you 300 comments in, they coming for you.
not even on my own channel. I would take it. If it was on my channel, because at least you get an engagement out of this, bro. It was on Little Black Book.
Oh wow! Oh
They
wow! You
lit
fighting
me
on?
up on Little Black Book after
Shawn
he
was on a
did
run
that
for a week.
interview with Elena. So
I
yeah,
mean,
Well,
one thing
Stan-
I would say is I think his inaction, his inaction, I would say his composure is a sign of strength. Honestly, that's the only. I'm not saying that you can't do anything, but I think his level of composure is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength, because honestly, anything that he would have done to protect himself, I'm not saying he didn't have a right to, would have completely escalated that situation, and he probably would have ended up losing that situation despite who was in the wrong. And I think
Well-
because he was so composed, he was able to read that whole situation and handle it the best way to protect himself. I think the way to protect himself is to sit down and keep eating his risotto. Because if he was to get up with an aggressive person who's already meeting you with aggression and you've done nothing to her, what was going to happen out of that? When a grown man stands up, it doesn't matter if the woman was in the wrong. The whole thing is going to blow up.
Sorry.
He did the right thing. He did the right thing, and he should have came back and let the men know that she's effing crazy, like he did, and sent her home because she's a liability. She's a walking, moving liability, and they sent her home. And that was his best course of action. You don't stand up as a man unless you want problems.
Oh wow.
I mean, you can do whatever you want, but it's gonna result in
exactly.
problems.
Well, it was already a problem. What was he? Could he wait for her to poke him in his eye? Like, but I'm gonna be real clear. I'm gonna get it off, and really, I'm really not on the run or nothing like that. But the model of my channel is say what you say, and this is what I'm gonna say: men and women move differently. We think differently. So if you have a perspective, I have a perspective. It's coming from a different perspective. We can agree on some things, but men and women are different. You know, some people feel that's the way to handle things. Some men really feel like that's like worse than death, to sit there and let somebody assault you. That's assault. That's assault. And as I said, it's a total double standard. If that was a woman, it would be chaos. The man wouldn't be able to go anywhere.
I'm not going to disagree with that part. What I see from it is this man has 3 baby mamas, so this is not the first time this has happened to him, and I'm pretty sure in the past it probably happened before. His reaction was because it has happened before. 2, I have just told this woman to, chill out on the aggression, and she told me no. So like Seaway say, if I get up, it's only going to escalate with her. Do I agree with him just sitting there? Everybody knows me and knows, if you watch my channel, I'm good for telling somebody to shake the hell out of a woman. You ain't got to hit her, nothing like that, but just shake the hell out of her now. But I know that's not the best advice either, you know what I'm saying? But sometimes you got to set her straight, grab her one firm time and let her know, like, I'm not the one to play with. Because I'm also a believer as, if I can't whoop that man's ass, I'm not putting my hands on him. If I don't think I can take him, I have a fair fight in this and stuff like that, I'm not putting my hands on him. So maybe Zadia felt like she could take him, why she felt the need that she can do that. I don't know. She works out and maybe she felt like it. But at the same time, that's not what you do. As a respectable man, he did the right thing and not get up, because 1, the cameras are rolling. I don't know what type of establishment they are in or whatnot. The environment is bad on Black men right now or whatnot. And her making that scene only wanted him to have a reaction like you're saying to give her. So because she didn't give that reaction, it set her off even further, to the point that she thought she was going to be able to just dress up and show up at the date with him, and it ended up being Phil. Because she thought she was going to be able to apologize herself up out of it. And it's not going to work. Because brother don't want to see you, and no, he wasn't all up in the chat saying that you're crazy. He just told exactly what you did, and all the rest of the men formed the opinion that you're crazy, except for Naeem.
Okay, Shawn, let's see where you at today. I want to hear from you. I want to let's play devil's advocate. Let's put you in that place. You're sitting there, and Zadia is poking you in the nose. What's next?
So I was trying to find a disclosure to
Shawn's calling me, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? That's what's going.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Jay for backup. But no, in the first, my first instinct, I think I would have to move her finger out of my face. I don't like that. Like, that is a problem for me. Like, I'm just not, I'm so unaccustomed to anybody, especially unless they're a child or my dog, having their appendages in my face. So I think my first instinct would be to move her hand away from my face. I think it just would be an immediate reaction. I don't even know if I would just tell her first. Like, if you put your finger on my nose and it stays there, I'm probably going to move it away. I honestly, I'm not going to hit her, but I'm definitely going to remove her finger from my face. I don't like anybody's hands in my face. It's not something I'm accustomed to. So I definitely heard you that maybe Dante having the 3 babies mamas and having baby mama drama, he's kind of used to all that energy flying at him. I'm not. I'm used to respectful engagements and interactions. And I could not imagine somebody getting that upset when now their finger is in my face and they're talking to me like I'm a kid. And even her, when she went to talk about it during her elimination with Phil, she mentioned, like, I had to give him the good old black mama check. No, you're not his mama. You are not his mama. He's a grown man. And what you were doing is not putting him in check. You were being disrespectful and out of line. And the fact that you felt entitled enough to get up there and do that is a problem. And yeah, it is a double standard. But I would be challenged in that situation. I do think that I do think Dante handled it extremely well. I think he did a great job handling it. I don't know if I would have been as cool handling that situation. And again, I don't think there's, you should you should be hitting women, but I definitely don't think she was well within her rights to do anything remotely close to what she was doing. You could talk with your words, and if you're upset, exit the scene. It's really not that serious. It's a dating show. And what she was all worked up about was the fact that she felt she should have gotten a heads up that he gave a massage to Aisha. That's what you on 10 about, is a massage that he had, when meanwhile, if we go back to the day in the resort, he was being very friendly with her. Oh, hey, listen, I need to find a room. Where's the room? She was like, on the other side of the house, real dry, real mean, real distant, and she was following up behind Naeem. So that for me was a big problem. And then let's take it there, because I saw some other people in the comments, and I think this is a good thing to talk about too. How about Naeem trying to defend her for doing that? Now that was the worst offense and the level of disrespect for me, because J-Dub, just like you said, right? We're about respect. And if somebody does something to you and I know it, and I'm gonna turn around and say, well, she never did it to me, so that's on you. Like, that part for me just showed his character too. So I thought that was real. I thought that was weak. I thought that was a sucker move to turn around and try to defend her actions and, still try to stand out there only because she's the only connection that Naeem had. So I didn't like that at all. So what did everybody think about Naeem and how he reacted to the whole Zadia finger pointing?
Now that's where I feel like that was a B move on his part or whatever and stuff like that, where, how Jay does feel about Dante not reacting. That reaction right there was stupid as heck. Like, dude, you want to sit here and try to save your own butt, despite the fact that she's been aggressive, and I'm going to use the word, I don't care what nobody says, with several people thus far. Okay, not just that one time. You've been going down the line on occasions, 3-4 at a time at sometimes. So it's just like, sweetheart, you're all the way to the point of putting your hands on somebody, and you're going to sit here and talk about, well, she hasn't done it to me. And I like Tommy in the background yet. Because I say yet, because if she can do this to another man, she definitely feels comfortable enough to go ahead and try you at some point. Let it get there. And you want to sit there and talk about, oh, I don't give that energy off, so I don't have to worry about it. He didn't give that energy off either. That man did not give any energy other than telling her where he stood with another woman. He didn't say, I don't choose you. I don't want to talk to you no more. He just said, I want to pursue Aisha as well. And you gave that energy. So for you to sit here and talk about she doesn't do that with me, she doesn't do anything with you from what we see. She don't even pay you that much attention. She gave you the same energy she gave Dante when he first got to the house. So what are you talking about? You got a barely connection with her. So what are you sitting here trying to take up for her? And that whole deliberation, you're sitting here trying to take up for her. From the beginning, when Tommy asked what was going on, you're the first one to mention what's going on. Yet, soon as Frank steps in, you want to talk about Aisha is pointing out people and this, and so some people will take it as an attack on them. Aisha didn't point out nothing. She just made a comment on the fact that some people may have to go home. And it might be the person that you're connected to. It is what it is. That's how this game is played. So I don't even know how you jump into a conversation that deals with Cornelius and Camille, and Naeem wants to sit here and act like, oh, she was attacking people. And that one of the people that was attacked was Zadia. Zadia wasn't even in that conversation. She put herself in that. Mm-hmm. So I don't understand what you're taking up for other than a selfish reason to save your own behind because you have no connection with nobody else, which obviously was the case at the end because you self-eliminated. For what reason? She's not going to choose you at the end. When you go home, she's not going to talk to you. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, crazy enough, I agree with everything you were saying, Jay, as far as the way Naeem handled himself. What I did was, which is an unpopular opinion, I understood his mindset of saying that I'm not going to, I guess, judge on what you say or what you've seen, because it's like they're playing a game. I wouldn't agree with it because, yes, to me, especially not knowing in person, that would be a telltale sign to say, what would make me any different that she would treat me that way as well. But sometimes people would say like they like to divide and conquer. So you got to kind of watch what kind of information people are giving you. I'm not agreeing with Naeem, but I understood his mindset because it's more so like he doesn't trust people. So he's not going to defer to you or really even look at what you think. He's just simply thinking, hey, I know how we deal with them. That's the only person I have any type of connection with. So I'm certainly not going to trust your information. That's the way I look at it. But yes, but he saw her bad behavior for herself to go enough to say like, hey, this is a caution. You know, this is becoming a pattern. So I think he had enough information to even make a decision from there. But yeah, the defendant was crazy when he actually blamed Aisha when like you said, Zadia wasn't even in the conversation. Aisha only put her opinion out in a group setting. And then now she's attacked behind it. And it became an issue. So I definitely get that. But I can kind of read Naeem and what type of person he is. So I understood his mindset. I don't agree with it, but I understood.
I mean, and I get that part of him too. You know, I don't like to judge people based off of what everybody else has said, but he's seen. And like you said, he's seen parts of it, even to the point he told Tommy at the end, this is a habitual, she's a habitual offender. So you've seen it. So why not just be honest in that moment and say, yeah, I've seen these things, but for me, you know, I don't want to judge her like that. I don't want to do that. You wasn't that honest in that moment. You were just like, well, it's not me. So I don't have no problem with it.
Right. Okay. I get that.
And, you know, that was just like hella disrespectful. And I'm not saying you got to be friends with these guys on here or whatever, but it just came off real selfish because that's your only connection. So that's the only way you're going to stay on this show, by just defending her. It wasn't one of them, you know, let me just talk to her and see if she's wrong. You know, let me talk to her. let me see what we can do here or whatever and stuff. It was just one of them. Yeah, well, she ain't did it to me, so that's your problem. She ain't hit me in the face. She ain't hit my car. She ain't touching my stuff. Like, that's on you, bro. And then try to make it seem like Dante was the problem with it. I don't give that energy, so I don't get that energy back.
Right. He was definitely covering for her.
Yeah. You don't know what energy she giving, and it'd be different if that was your lady. Like, she really made a commitment to you. I could see that covering, but you don't even know where you stand with her like that. So you just making a covering for what? Is she even gonna be your friend at the end of this?
Right.
Yeah. Like, are we homies? We peoples? Like, what are we? Because y'all have a little dry banter from here and there, and that's it. And because she gets you because you're an introvert or whatnot, that I don't know. You were her second choice in the first place, and that's the thing. Like, Tommy even have to tell you, like, you understand why she blew up like that? She had you on the back burner. She had you on the side. So why is she blowing up? That should have registered.
Yeah, no, I get it 100%, and I think for her, she's just one of those women that just likes to have her options, and she doesn't like to lose. And she was losing 2 times over, and so she just wanted to just double down on what she felt. And then she was embarrassed hearing that Dante really was expressing more interest and more desire, whether it was the dinner, the massage, with Aisha, somebody who she's already in this stupid fight for no reason. So I think definitely piss poor behavior for her. Naeem, definitely out of pocket for, in my opinion, rather, for just the way he handled the whole situation. Like, listen, if a woman you just meeting for the first time, or just starting to get to know, she's showing her behavior, and it's multiple times where she's been known to act in a particular way. What are you holding on to? What are you holding on to, bro? So that part I didn't like. And look, I get it. At the end of the day, we are not promoting that men and women get into physical altercations with each other. That's not what's being said here at all. I know that's not what J-Dub is saying. What he's just offering up is that you put yourself into certain positions, you need to be careful. And that is what Zadia did. She put herself in a situation where she really was completely disrespectful, and the way that she handled it. And he could have done a couple of different things, right? He could have said something to her. He could have removed her hand. He could have done a few things, and when I, even me, when I said remove her hand, I'm not talking about swatting her, or smacking her. Just remove her hand. If you're touching me, I can't remove your finger from touching, like, at what point am I limited? And I just think sometimes you have to understand people's first reaction. So you can do something, but you can't anticipate what somebody else does in response to that. And that's why you need to be careful where you put your hands, men and women, right? And there shouldn't be rules and regulations. Okay, if I put my finger in a man's face, he should think twice. Sometimes people don't automatically act the way you think they are going to act, right? My dog, I can stick my finger in my dog's mouth and I can play and I can pull food out of her mouth. You try it, see how that works out for you. It's not going to work the same. So you need to be careful with what you do and with whom you do it, because you might get a different reaction. And I think that's kind of what we need to see and think about is you don't know what's going to happen on the other side of that. When you go put in your, not just yelling, she was standing over him in such a dominant, aggressive stance. And then to put her finger on his nose, that to me was like next level. But I will say, and I said it earlier, is I think it took an extreme level of restraint, and I give him kudos you know, for being able to just sit there and eat his food, because I don't know if I'd be able to do that.
I just got one question. Does she even have children to be talk about? She giving him a mama's talking like, do
She
you
ain't
even
got no
have
kids.
No,
you ain't born no kids, so what are
She
you
ain't got
doing?
no kids.
she enjoyed that. She laughed about it.
Yeah, she
That's what
laughed
made it
about it.
worse.
Yeah.
That made it even more worse. She laughed about it up until Phil sat there and told her, I can't get with you on that. And her whole expression changed right there and was like, I don't need you to get on it with me. Like, and then I'm not gonna give excuses to this. You don't have to give excuses, but you should be apologetic for even stepping out of character like that. Because you were way out of pocket. Matter of fact, I'm not going to say you was out of character because it seemed like that is your character. But stepping to that man like that, you was way out of pocket. And you thought it was okay because you thought it was a joke while Phil was sitting there talking to you, smiling the whole time until he said, I can't rock with you on that.
Yep. So we got a couple more people in the back. We got Crystal and we got Tucson.
I'm gonna give up my space because I gotta run. The panel. I gotta run, but I feel so much better. I got something off my chest.
We
I feel
appreciate you,
relaxed.
Jay. You know you're always welcome up here.
Hey, Dubs,
Hey,
I
Crystal.
co-sign with you. How are you doing?
Thank you. I appreciate you. Appreciate everyone. I mean, even the opinions. But you know, I'm like Shawn said. I'm not. What do you call promoting violence and any of that? I'm just saying protect yourself, and that just means do what's best in your interest, not meaning hurting someone.
Right.
That's all. Yeah. Everyone has the right to do that.
100%.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you and good night. I'll see y'all another time.
All right, bro. Take care, J-Dub. Thanks again for coming up.
Be safe out there.
What's up, Tucson?
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
What's going on? All right, Crystal. I know you had some things to share. Let us know what you had to share, Crystal.
I wanted to be really quickly what Jay was just saying about Naeem. Even though she didn't give him that type of energy, he saw it. He sat across from her next to the other one, next to Cornelius when she was going off on Aisha. So he saw it. He saw how she reacts. And for him to say that she's not giving me that type of energy, so I'm fine with it. I said, bruh, what are you talking about? Just because she's not, but just because you have a different type of energy doesn't mean that she's always going to be like that. And I hear what you're saying about not swatting her hand away, but even if you were to say move your hand or something, or even if you were to stand up, I don't trust that she's going to react positively. Like you just cannot trust somebody like that that has that reaction. The reason why is because she left and walked away, and then it's the walk back that makes it intentional for me, because she could have just got on that elevator and left. Take your shoes and go. But the fact that she didn't, she wanted to come back and she wanted to have the last word. That makes it intentional for me. And that makes it even more, maybe dangerous isn't the word, or maybe the word is dangerous. That to me makes it a little bit more volatile to me. The fact that she turned around and walked back and needed to put her hand in this man's face. I feel like that's, people were saying that because we didn't see it in the preview, we were like, is she mushing his face? That's just as bad. Doing this to some man over constantly, I said that's just as bad as mushing him in the face. So that is an act of aggression. And I think that he did act right. Just like sit there and just eat. And because he said, you made your point. He looked right in her eyes and said, you made your point. You need, girl, just walk away. Just walk away. And then going to what he heard conversation with Phil, she didn't apologize. She didn't say in hindsight, I overreacted. None of that. And she didn't say any of that. So that also to me sounds dangerous. The fact that you didn't go sleep on it and say, you know what, I effed up. But I really want to go back to something that their conversation before that and say, you didn't protect me. You didn't give me any protection when we go into deliberation and Aisha talks about getting a massage from you. So what? So what? It's not, listen, we're supposed to be dating each other. So what? To me, his protection was after you have an argument with Aisha, he walked up to you and said, "You're poking the bear." He said, "This is you. You need to stop." He wasn't, and she was like, "Okay, coach. Okay, coach." I said, "She's already mad. She's already past it. Like she's not listening. She's already at the point of, okay, I'm gonna take this advice, and he is looking out for me." That protection. And he noticed how she reacted to that and said, "You know what? Aisha's over there. Let me put on my navy blue silk robe with the birds on it and let me go give her a massage because apparently you're not listening." So, and I'm sorry, but I agree with Seaway. The man looked good in that silk robe. So, hey, if she's going to receive it, let him receive it and walk and move on. Zadia was just moving mad. She was moving mad this whole time. And she can't take rejection. She's acting aggressively. I hate calling a woman aggressive, especially a Black woman, but there has to be some accountability for how she reacted in these instances. She just can't do that, because to me, if he had just even moved her hand or stood up or done something, I can't trust that she would have lied in him being in handcuffs. And like you said, Shawn, I would have tried to move her hand. I just can't trust that it. Yeah, the film crew was there, but you just don't know what if it wasn't a film crew there. I just don't. I think that just sit there and eat your vegan risotto. In that instance, Dante did the right thing. So that's what I have to say.
All right, Crystal. Before Tucson, I think Seaway said you have to go. Seaway, any final comments before you head out? And let's wish Seaway a very happy birthday. She's going to be celebrating her birthday on Monday.
Happy New Year, Mama.
New Year, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Seaway.
We lost Tucson. Maybe he'll come back.
No, thank you. I had just stepped away for 2 seconds, but thank you. I hate to leave you guys, but I'm about to enjoy the rest of my birthday. But yeah, no final comments. I think we covered most of everybody. So,
Girl, go have a good time. Drink
thank
some.
you. Love you guys. Keep supporting Shawn. Like, subscribe, comment. All right.
All right, Seaway. Join us on the Afterlife, and you can really entertain us.
Yeah, I will. Okay.
Bye, Mama.
Right.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye, Seaway. All right. We lost Tucson, but maybe he'll come back.
Yeah, definitely was a mess. Shawn, well, you haven't said your points on it, though.
On who? I did.
You kind of did, but that was briefing to what J Dubs had to say to it all on Naeem and stuff. You didn't say it on Naeem, I don't think.
Yeah, no, I think that really Naeem should have just he was self-eliminating anyway. And after hearing about Zadia's behavior, I think he should have just left it, he shouldn't have defended her. And I think that's why she came with that attitude, because Naeem told her exactly what went down in deliberation. And he, he told her what everyone was mentioning. So for me, I think that's why she was all the more, revved up when it came time to her elimination with Phil. And that's the problem, is because she has this idea of she should be protected. That's not what protection looks like. You know what I mean? Like, that to me is not protection. So I just totally disagree with her giving all this information that she shouldn't have had, because she was disrespectful. She was out of line. She should have gotten just what she was coming to her. And if she was eliminated, she should have found out just like everybody else does the time when they're about to be eliminated, and not at the time when she's like, oh, I know I'm not ready to love. That for me was whack. Her attitude was whack. And, that's how I feel. But I see I got Tucson back. I know he had dropped off a little bit earlier, so I want to give Tucson the floor too.
Okay, good night, everyone.
What's up, Tucson?
I think I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I just want to say that I think we've been consistently on the same page about Zadia. That level of abuse is shouldn't be tolerated. As a matter of fact, my personal stance is abuse should not be tolerated, whether a man to a woman or a woman to a man. But I will say that about midway the show, or a little bit from midway the show, we've been seeing what started out as a passive aggression with her from that conversation with the ladies. And over time, what we're seeing is a evolving of that aggression into what is representing itself as physical aggression. At first, at the second at the dinner with the ladies, the second one, she did say she would, get physically violent with somebody if the one who she liked was voted out. And so that inability to resolve conflict without going from 0 to 100 real quick is really disappointing. And I have to say, I was initially a fan of Zadia until I started seeing those signs. And so when you're showing in your character, that you are demonstrating no openness to properly resolve conflict, you won't have much persons wanting to be in your circle. I will give Dante some credit for, I don't know, for restraint, I guess, but that should be normal. And to be honest, the if he had tried anything else other than just being still in that moment and receiving what happened, I'm not saying it's correct because she did invade his physical space and then she did violate his body physically. So there we go. That's a no-no. But I think had he anything outside of verbally or assertively stating, "Hey, you're crossing a boundary and let's not do that," or saying it in that way, would have been a different conversation tonight. Would have probably been saying that Dante would be too aggressive or whatever it is. But he allowed it to play out, I believe, because he knew it would be a win. And I think leading up to that moment, it would have demonstrated to everyone that this woman is really aggressive. I'm a little bit disappointed that even though Naeem was feeling Zadia, you can still like somebody but still disagree with inappropriate behavior. And the fact that he did not say to Dante, you know what, bro, I'm sorry that happened to you. She has never really, even if he said, she has never really given me that energy, but I'm really disappointed and I apologize and I'm sorry that happened to you. That would have been okay. But this indirect defense of that behavior is really what I think perpetuates physical violence against men from women. Because a lot of us, we do experience that in our culture a lot, especially from, we're young. A lot of us were women, whether it is our mothers or aunts or the girls at school. There's just this culture around it where you're supposed to withstand abuse from a woman. Uh, it's not always said like that, but there's this unspoken code sometimes where it's like, you're a man, you're supposed to be able to take that. But what I'm saying is we should have boundaries and we should communicate boundaries so that we can discontinue that sort of abusive um, behavior uh, between men and women.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think like at the end of the day, we got to set a standard, and I just don't know why there wasn't a line drawn, and when it all started with the whole Brown Girls clique that they created, you know, and I think that mentality kind of was fueled from there. And you know, I think Frank was another person who spoke so clearly about it in the deliberation, and he brought it right to light, and how they created that Brown Girls clique, and they created their little fearless leader. And I think Zadia was the spokesperson. Camille was, you know, up there as well. But I think Zadia was always, you know, the very outspoken, extremely, you know, talkative, aggressive one in the forefront. But Camille made that other comment, right? She says she's going to F somebody up if Cornelius gets kicked out. Well, what happened? He got kicked off. And what happened? Nothing. She's just talking nonsense. But you need to be careful with your words. And you know, we talked about that in the last episode. Like, don't say that, because what are you gonna do? She did nothing, and that's the right thing, and she just left. So she screwed herself by making those comments, and now Zadia is off to the same behavior, and nobody's holding them accountable. So I'm just glad she's gone, and that's Zadia. I'm glad Camille is gone. Mumeen was just kind of in their little squad by default. I hope she doesn't see any of this behavior as you know, making sense, and I hope she distances herself from it. But yeah, I see somebody in the comments saying that she went on Twitter to try to have a redemption campaign. You know, I hope she's apologizing for her actions and saying she realizes how horrible it looks after looking back and seeing herself on TV. I hope that's what she's saying. If that's not what she's saying, then I don't care.
She doesn't really hate her, but you have nothing but negative things to say about her all through. She's wrong and talks about nothing. She's a dunce and whatever else she called her or whatnot. She called Dante
A coward.
Coward or whatever. So you have nothing but negative things to say about people, and you don't seem like you lack verbal intelligence. So I'm pretty sure you could have found a whole bunch of other things that you could have said instead of those demeaning things about those people, if you didn't have an insecurity about something. So you can campaign all you want all over the place, and those that agree with how you behave, we're going to follow you, but other people are going to see through it all. And that's how I just feel about it. Like, you can campaign all you want.
I guess Cornelius has a new name.
Well, you know, you know our private chats.
Oh, God. Nessa said Mumeen is next. She's out of here.
We got to get past the man first. So I don't know who's going to be going home next.
Yeah, I mean, we had all these self-eliminations, so I don't know. Are they going to readjust it? I know the show doesn't come back until, what, the 31st?
Yeah.
So they come back.
I can't. I don't know who will get eliminated. Maybe Phil. Phil doing too much this week. Maybe it'll be Phil get eliminated. But I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe Phil. Between Phil and Frank, I suppose.
Because Naeem would have been an automatic.
Right. Naeem would have been automatic.
Yeah, since he voted himself off, I'm trying to think of who, because everybody have a strong connection, huh?
It makes sense why he voted himself off, because he hadn't grown any connections with other people. So if he was sitting there growing a connection with Zadia and she's gone, what does he now have to backtrack? No. It makes sense that Camille would leave. Like, nobody's trying to talk to her anyway. She wasn't trying to talk to anybody else. So yeah, they had to go. And that's
so it looks like probably Phil and Sydney. I could see that.
Mhm.
And that's probably what Shiloh is going to get her feelings all hurt.
Mhm.
So she's probably going to go away and cry because she was crying when she had to let Tyrone go. So she's definitely going to cry and go. And poor Phil is going to, put poor Shiloh out. So then we have Aisha and Dante. I think they're going to go the distance. Frank and Moomin. I hope not.
Hey, I mean, Walter and Sabrina, Dante and Aisha. I'm trying to think of who would get voted off. Frank. I mean, I don't see it because he has two strong connections.
So who is next to go anyway?
Well,
That's what I'm saying, he has two strong connections, so I don't think it would be Frank.
Is it a men's elimination next, or is it women? It's men?
men's next. So is Frank going to go back to Sydney, or he's going to try to follow it with Moomin?
Either way it goes. That's
Do
two.
I see Drew?
Yeah, Drew is here.
Drew's in here.
Either way it goes, that's 2 votes.
What's
That's 2
up,
votes.
Drew?
Hey guys.
And I agree with you. Hey, Drew. I agree with you about this picture. I said, knowing a little bit about photography, I said, 1, it looks like he's holding her up. 2, it was a hard time for her to relax her face and have a soft face. You could tell that was so posed. That was not a comfortable picture. You could tell. It was just, I could tell anyway.
Yeah, that's right. Because see, the thing is, it's the women are outnumbering the men at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Because we have Shiloh, we have Sydney, we have Aisha, we have Sabrina, and who am I missing? Moomin. And then for the guys, we have Frank, Walter, Phil,
Dante.
Okay.
Don't whisper, Drew. Help me out. Help me out. I'm struggling. All right. So Drew, what do you think? Tell us your thoughts. We haven't seen you in a while. Appreciate you.
Right? It's just my thought. I want to say, let me play devil's advocate a little bit. I did agree with everything that was said about Zadia, but on the other hand, I kind of felt bad for her, which I know is an unusual response, because I feel like a lot of times when you're perceived as, a strong Black woman or someone who's a bit more aggressive, you kind of fall into that role. And I think that's just what happened. She was embarrassed, she felt exposed, and so her default was to get, aggressive and kind of behave rah rah. It's almost like when you watch the scene and you see her walk towards the elevator with her shoes in her hand, she looked defeated. It's like at the elevator door, it's like she said, "Nah, I can't have this guy make a fool of me. I gotta have the last word." And she turns back, like, "I'ma just leave this explosively, show them that I am who I am." And then even after the fact, the way she spoke about Aisha, it just kind of showed that I'm going to diminish her, make her seem smaller to make myself appear bigger. And to me, it just showed that she was so, I guess, insecure, not as strong as we think that she is. And for that reason, I felt a little bit bad for her. Managala still him should have slapped her, yes. I mean, she deserved a hot slap for being in his face the way she was. But, I definitely believe in equality. And I say, if you're coming to my face, I have every right to lick you down.
I love the accent, Drew. I love it.
Drew bad side, that accent come all the way out.
I love the patois. Man.
I swear, she deserved a slap. I was just like, he's just going to sit there? I was like, wow, his restraint is unmatched.
Drew, are you from Jamaica?
100%. I heard you. I was like, yeah, man, you're definitely Jamaican.
Yes, I
Really?
knew Drew would bring the fire. Absolutely. And that's what J Dubs was saying earlier. We had a little heated exchange around how Dante responded, but I think he did the best thing for himself, especially being on camera, because it could have
Right.
gone any direction. But I mean, who's to
Mm.
say? It's the thing that killed me, and I know we keep going back there, but I just can't. Why did her finger just sit on his nose? It just sat. It was like right here. I was like, whoa.
Because she was trying
It
to
wasn't even that
restrain
for me,
emotion.
but it was also, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying a quick little thing. Go ahead, Drew.
No, I was saying for me, it wasn't even so much the finger. It was like how close she was to his face. It's
Mm-hmm.
like someone towering over you, and then their face is in your face. They're speaking in your face. Oh my
Mm-hmm.
God, I would have lost it. I would have lost it. I was like, you want jump? Okay.
I'd have just politely dropped my risotto all on her feet.
I swear.
Put it back up real quick.
But
Like,
Drew,
oh,
Mm-hmm.
just to compare, just to compare a situation,
Mm-hmm.
you're mentioning Zadia being, insecure. I think if you compare Zadia and Aisha was just being passionate about the situation. But Zadia to me was just exuding violence, even when she wasn't saying anything more being physical. She just generally, whenever she's addressing
you're
Tucson,
going
it's
in and
kind of
out.
choppy, bro.
Yeah, it's chopping in and out, but I think I heard what he
a
was
situation,
saying. Uh, I would say that
and
shows to me that she is
she
insecure because
exudes
the
that
fact that
violence.
she,
Tucson, can you hear us, bro?
I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if you're on
Boy,
headphones.
no man, it's probably Jamaican internet flow. Oh my God, they believe in out here in these streets exposed. Flow internet is trash.
Brittany is hilarious. She said his connection. Wait. Y'all
His
are killing
connection
me.
is worse than Zadia's behavior.
So what were you saying, Drew?
Not Tucson has the spirit of David's audio.
No, I was just saying that based on the bits that I heard from him, I think he was saying that, Aisha is passionate, but Zadia was just, being aggressive. And if I think that there's a difference, so I was saying, I think for me that does show to us that she is insecure because it's like when you have to be the loudest person in the room, you have to show that you're the most you're really trying to be the Don Dada, basically. And that's what I feel she's giving. It shows that she's not secure in who she is. And I think because also she looks the way she looks and she, you're this fit chick, I think she's a bit entitled almost. It's like, how dare you choose this other person over me when, I was about to choose you? It's like, you're my second option and you're not choosing me. That's the energy I was getting. And I feel like that's why she responded the way she did because honestly, it's a dating show. And I keep wondering like, is it that I don't understand the assignment? Because it's like it's a dating show where you guys are supposed to date around. And every time someone gets close to another person, people get in their feelings. I mean, it is human nature to feel some type of way when someone you likes another person. But I feel like Zadia made it kind of clear that she wasn't even into Dante that much. So I was kind of like, where is this energy coming from? I really think it was just about her being rejected by her second choice.
100%. When you just said Dandara, I thought of the movie Shatas. Oh God. I'm always thinking of either a movie or a song. and you just took me there.
For sure.
Any other? Oh yeah, I think Tucson left. So what they're talking about now? You done started a whole chat about cellular service, wireless service in Jamaica. Somebody said Digicel is better. Somebody said it's not.
No man, digital's a little bit better than Flow. Just a little bit.
A
But
little bit.
but Flow but Flow be having us out here exposed. I can't even talk too loud because I be having Flow in my house. So if I start sounding like, cracky, just know it's Flow.
You sound good. So far, so good. But yeah, no, Miss Deidre brings up a good point, right? It's like stop expecting exclusivity on an open dating show. Like, and it for me, it was like it was the arrogance and the entitlement for me. She was like, I expect to know going into deliberation. I
Hmm.
shouldn't be blindsided or shocked. What?
Right, right. And you
You're on a
see, even
dating
that.
show.
Yeah, because that part, I left a comment earlier saying that for me, I feel like she felt that that behavior was more than just about the moment. It was more so about her feeling like she was left exposed, she was left in the unknown. It's like I'm that person. Like, how can you leave me not knowing everything that there is to know? Because I really just didn't even see the big deal. I was like, am I tripping or am I tripping? Like, what is the big deal here?
The big deal is the unknown is with Aisha or whatnot, because they have not clearly made a pact to sit there and say, we're going to tell you everything that happens before you go into the deliberation. I have this conversation with you all the time. That is not something that they obviously do, because he clearly said, I don't ask you about your connection with Naeem, what I look like asking about another man when I'm trying to get to know you. So that's not something that they made a deal and saying, okay, before deliberation, give me a heads up. So I don't know why she expected that, out, other than the fact that the heads up was about Aisha. That was your biggest problem. It was about Aisha, and it wouldn't have mattered if he had said that he did that with Mumeen or somebody else. She wouldn't have felt some type
Mhm.
of way like that. She wouldn't have had
Right.
that much of a reaction. But because it was Aisha,
That's true. That's true. Because I feel like Aisha definitely challenges her the most. Like
hmm
she's the one that doesn't take any lip from her. And I think that's why it definitely bugged her as much as it did. But
yeah,
it's interesting to see the contrast between men. There are men who will allow you to take the reins up until a certain point, and then the contrast to like Cornelius, who is being told what to do and he just falls in line. So I almost feel like she expected that same energy that Cornelius gave Camille. And when she didn't get that, she just exploded. But in the end, just ended up looking like a complete ass on national TV. I was just like, girl, when I was watching this, my whole like, I paused it so many times because I was like, please walk away. Please walk away. When she turned back, I was like, don't turn back. Don't turn back. When she got up in his face, I was like, sit down, sit down. The entire time, I was just like, oh my goodness, could she just go? And I was actually fearful that he was going to react aggressively as a reflex because, like Sean said earlier, it's almost most times it's just reflex. Like someone comes in your face, you kind of push them away. They put their hand in your face, you move it away. So I'm thinking if I'm sitting there and someone gets in my face, before I even process what's happening, I'm gonna swat your hand out my face, 100%. And had it been a man who approached a woman like that, it would have been a whole other conversation.
Yeah, they would have had. You think I had disclaimers today? There would be all type of disclaimers on that show. You
I
know.
agree. Just to piggyback on what Drew said, that has actually, I would have done that. I would have either pushed her away, or something, just as a reflex. And the fact that he had to have a lot of composure not to do something, just as a reflex, literally, she's towering over him. We couldn't see his head, that big bald head, because of her hair. She was this close to him, and the fact that he didn't do anything, a lot of people, you don't know what their trauma is. You don't know what their, she didn't know what his reflex was going to be. And the fact that she didn't care and she did that, that says something. I totally agree with Drew. Like, and there's people that you don't know what their reflex is. You don't know what, you know,
Right.
what you could trigger in them.
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah.
we're
wondering if
gonna.
she felt
You know,
a
I'm
sense of
all about the
protection because
visuals
of the
today.
cameras.
Mm.
it's probably because of the cameras. Like she probably knew that, okay, I can act out because these guys are here. Because I can't imagine a real life scenario like that.
Well, then
Where
it's
you
also
just
too when she first got up, the first time when she walked away, the first time she tapped him then, and he kind of tried to move away from her. Then, like, why are you touching me? You just tapped me and stuff and walked off. So you should have left it at that. You got your one hit in.
Right. And talk about the fact
Look at
that
this.
we were saying earlier.
yeah,
This
right.
is
There's
before
no
the
space in
fingers
between
connected to
there.
the nose.
That's too much in the space. You
It
too much
didn't. It
inside.
didn't. But this is
All
even
up in
before the
his face.
connection.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's just
Yeah.
way too much in a personal space. You way too much in my personal space, like for real. And you're standing over me while I'm sitting. It'd have been nothing for me to sweep kick you right now in this chair and let you fall on your ass. Like,
Right.
Right.
Jay, what?
I'm just saying though, like
Trust
you're
me.
not gonna be in my personal space because if I'm gonna tell you like this, once I start laughing, you're in my personal space and start laughing at you, you might want to move because I'm thinking about a whole bunch of crazy stuff in my head to do to you while
Same.
you're way up in my face like this. Like what did you come all the way back? That was a long walk.
Yeah.
All the way back. Yeah, that's what irritated me the most.
Intentional. That the walk
It'd have been
back.
different if you came back and sat down and you know what, let's just really try to have this conversation.
Right. Right.
JP, we just keep. I'm sorry. We recycled it because it's just it's so interesting.
And who did she call? Like who put her?
I feel like she was trying to call somebody, another dude. She probably tried to call Naeem and he didn't pick up.
No, I think she called Camille. I think she called Camille.
That was too fast of a conversation. She would have stayed on the phone with Camille the whole time because Camille would have been petty talking about I want to hear.
She's like, leave me on speaker.
Camille would have put the back in her back. Camille would have
tap me in.
I think she was trying to call Naeem, and when he did answer and pissed her off, she realized he was like, "Oh, and he ain't follow me either."
But didn't she have those? What was the funniest thing? We're gonna add levity because that's my new thing in 2022. It's gonna be levity. So, but she had the slippers in her hand. That's what it was for me.
Listen.
Like the slippers.
No, it's the walk. It was the walk. It was a kind of hard walk. I ain't gonna say
the hard walk and them slippers in her hand.
It's at the end of the club. I'm trying to get to the car walk.
Right.
I was like, what was her plans for the night? Like she had the slippers. She was like, no, we gonna come back, but I ain't wearing my shoes on the turnaround. But what's up, Corey? I see we got Corey Black in the house.
What's up, everybody?
What up?
Yeah.
Hey, Corey.
Yeah, man. She was just mad because she didn't get chosen. And that happens, but her whole attitude was it was too much. Because one, you don't get in a man's face like that. I don't care how well you think you know him. How well you may not know him, but you don't do that. You just don't do it out of respect. Not because of what he could possibly do to you, but just out of respect. Now, if he had picked her up and threw her in that pool, would he be wrong? He didn't put his hands on her. But if you picked her up and equally embarrassed her as she did him, would that be cool? So, yeah, I think it was the wrong move to make, man. Just lick your wounds and move on. I think it was just too much.
And
between Corey and J-Dub, y'all trying to get me. Corey said throw her in the pool.
Right. I'm just saying.
Cool her off, right? She's hot, right? So
man, yeah, she need to be
cool off, sis.
Because you're not going to, first of all, you didn't just touch my nose. You tapped my nose like it was a piano key. And you're not going to do that.
Corey, imagine what she would have did if she came up and seen that
piano
wig
key
floating way over there.
Man, I'm
she
telling
came
you.
up and seen that wig floating way up there.
Right.
Oh,
right. Lace front gone.
Do you know what? You guys remember Denise from the other season.
Now you've been embarrassed and you got to pay a cleaning bill for that pool. Put that lace front out there. So, yeah, man, I just disagree with how she took, how she went about doing that. That's just one cool.
I can't with y'all. And yeah, Trey Mack was still trying to figure out that leg sweep. That's what had me. I was like,
I played too much Mortal Kombat, but I trust me, I know how to hit you with it real quick. You you see me do like this on the camera, you be like.
And then, okay, so you mad, right? And you want to say something about Aisha, and you said, okay, well, have fun with Aisha and her conversation about nothing. Okay, fine. You want to throw a dig in there? Just walk away. Just walk away. You know that already proves that she's mad. Now you want to belittle another woman because you mad because you hadn't gotten chosen. Look, girl, just go. Just buy. I'm telling y'all, that walk back, that.
Hey, Sabrina.
Yeah,
Hey,
I definitely would not have pushed anyone in the pool. Because to me, pushing a woman is still putting your hands on her. Me picking her up and ever so gently dropping her into the 3 foot.
Wait, you're not going to do that, right?
I just keep still.
Just need to get a little down. Just a little
Corey
down.
hit the Ray J
I don't show how to be
Princess
drenched.
that one
Get a little
time.
down.
Corey, it's not going to be ever so gently with you, and that's why we were saying that Shawn and J Dubs, y'all would have been in handcuffs. You know
I
that.
just said, listen, this is her finger, this is my hand. That's all. I would have just moved her hand.
I'm very, very careful.
Your hand is doing like this. Heisman.
I'm very careful when it comes to that. I don't put my hand on it.
No, I wouldn't have hit her with the palm of my hand. I would have just
No, that's Corey and J Dub's hand. They hit the whole Heisman on her, like, and running her.
Corey said I was ever so gently.
Ever so gently.
Corey said he's just gonna gently pick her up and place her in the pool.
Yeah.
There you go.
She sits there. She's like, okay.
In my ass.
In the 3 feet.
This is what's happening.
You need to be saved, my child.
Anything deeper than that, I can't be held accountable if she don't know how to swim. So I just 3 feet now. That's attempted murder. I can't have that on my.
She would have swat you with one of them Chinese slippers that she had in her hand.
Right? Yeah. Honestly, anything he did, because she was looking for a reason. I think she was actually trying to bait him into like a whole argument.
She wanted him to react. I totally agree with you.
She was. That's why you came back.
She wanted to fight. That's why she returned.
No, she returned because the reason why she had those slippers in her hands because she didn't know what to expect. She knew exactly what she was going to do walking back, but she didn't know what to expect. Whoever she called on the elevator when she got in there, hyped her up to make her come back, in my opinion.
We were just talking about that. I was like, did she call Camille? Jay was saying, no, she called another guy who didn't pick up the phone. Now she mad. I don't know. That's what I said. Did she call somebody to put the battery in her back? I think she already had that battery in her back. She didn't need to make no kind of phone call.
Yeah.
But she tried to call somebody. You wanted levity, Shawn. You got it. Which
I guess this is why y'all males need to go out with like a female friend somewhere close by, like at another table, so you can tap out. Because when I tell you,
go to jail, then we all be in jail.
No, but you know what? I guess it's a bit different when it's girl against girl. Because I tell you, put your finger on my face, talk so close to my face, or your spit against on my face. No, sir.
Right. Because I was thinking about that. I said, "What would she have done that to another woman?" And the answer is no. I just don't.
I don't know.
She could not have.
She would have. She would have. Probably not just any woman, but
reaction with me.
I think what shocked me though was the fact.
Like, imagine if it was Aisha. Do you think she would have done that? Because I feel like she knows that Aisha would react.
Yeah, but like I said, I think she would have tried it still. Because that's just in her. That's just in her. That whole walk back let me know that was in her. It wasn't a feminine walk back. Let me show you what I'm working with. Walk back or nothing like that. That walk back was a nice little stomp over there, like the Flintstones. And
but it was intentional. I totally agree. That walk back was intentional.
I think she did that because she knew Dante wouldn't do anything. So anything physical. But with Aisha, I don't think she would have tried that because Aisha would have let her happy.
I don't think so either. Man, I think so either. Can't you know if you're frightened, don't it?
You understand, Drew? Like, seriously.
Anyway, so
He can't do nothing back. One, the waiter just left, and he clearly seen everything because the waiter was laughing with him when he brought the risotto and his and some more wine and stuff. So it's like he got witnesses of what's going on, so he can't do anything. She walked back like.
I feel like that waiter was waiting for her to leave so he could bring that risotto.
Oh, guys, yeah. That's right. We didn't really talk about Walter and Sabrina.
No, we didn't.
Oh, yeah, no.
Because I wanted to bring up this whole thing why he keeps
with
stripper thing, like
Strippergate. You want to talk about Strippergate?
Wait, no. First of all, it's more so Frank's reaction to her about some. Oh wow, I just feel like Frank was like, "Damn, I should have chose her."
He was like, "Word." His face was like, "Word." Wow, that's serious. Word. Let me find out, bro.
Frank, say your name.
I missed that. So
he was like, "Shake it."
Hold on, guys. Are you guys saying that that Walter went back and told Frank what happened about Sabrina?
He told the whole men's
I missed that. I missed
in
that.
the gentleman's
Oh, that's catty, man. Don't do that. You don't put your woman out there like that, bro.
He didn't have to go back.
Well, he said he tried to like dust it up or dress it up.
He shouldn't have to do anything. He shouldn't even say anything. If he's into her like that, if he's serious about her, you don't put that type of business out there in the street. You just don't do that.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. When this season just started, Walter was one of like my favorite people because I felt like he was older, more sophisticated, more mature. But as the episodes pass, I really just don't even think he's serious. I don't even think he's looking for anything serious. The energy I got from him, like these last few episodes, I would want to say from we met his ex up until now, he's not giving me, I'm looking for a serious relationship. And I can't stand seeing him and Mumeen together because it just gives me grandparent and grandchild vibes. Like, no.
You went past the daddy.
Father daughter.
No. I can't.
But I
actually
kind of agree with you. I do appreciate how he handled Mumeen during the conversation and during the pool because she was being catty and he called her out on it. But it just gives you father-daughter type of look. It doesn't. I don't like the fact that he keeps bringing up this stripper thing, or because she's explained
it's too much of a focal point. It's
too much of a focal point. And she, bruh, you said that you were in the streets too. You said that you were a hustler too back in the day. Everybody has got a past. Stop bringing it up. It doesn't have anything.
Especially at their ages, you would have lived life.
Has nothing to do with who she is.
He did backtrack on it a little bit and say that we all have a past. So, but that's my point. You saying we all have a past, so why bring it up to the men's deliberation? To Corey's point, like that's something you just should have kept between y'all because she told you that in confidence. She didn't tell everybody else.
Exactly.
That was between y'all. That wasn't something that you had to go back to the men and tell them, unless that's what you want to use as your reasons why you don't want to choose her.
Yeah, I did think
feel
about
like their
that.
connection is a bit forced. Don't you guys think? Like, I'm not seeing it there between the two of them, Walter and Sabrina. But I don't know. People are repping for them, but I'm not feeling the vibes.
I think Sabrina is into him because she connected with him on an emotional level. But I think as the episodes go by, I find that Walter is trying to look for a reason to latch on to, just to say, oh, it didn't work out because of this. Because as everybody is saying, he's kind of still harping on the fact that she used to dance. And I don't know, the fact that she's making herself vulnerable again about something. She's taking it to the next level, I think, where she's exposing certain information that she wouldn't have before, should at least be, a notification to you that she's trying to tell you that she's trusting in you some confidential information. And for him to go to the table with that is like, okay, all right, moving on. But yeah, I don't see where he's certain, because when a man is certain about the woman he wants, he moves in a service-based way. He listens and he tries to see areas where he can serve the woman and become become a unit, basically.
But all I hear is just trying to find excuses to cop out probably in the future. It kind of reminds me a little bit of what's that from last season? AJ and what's her name?
Kyra?
Kyra.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of that a little bit.
You think Sabrina and Walter?
Just that moment where he latched on to the fact that she was dancing and saying that was some confidential information. I don't think he should have been spreading it. So I'm saying he's trying to hold on to that just to say, oh, this is the reason why I don't think we would work out. You know, it's almost like he's trying to create something out of nothing.
And the skin thing that he keeps mentioning his complexion, that's grating me so bad. I'm just like, is he the first light-skinned person to be on TV? Like, I don't understand.
Nope.
I agree, though.
Shades of light skin.
Stop.
He trying to put himself out there with Michael Ealy. He like, I'm the next Michael Ealy out in this thing, baby.
We're not.
I found it that was such a turn off. I was just like, okay, sir, we get it. You're light bright. We understand.
Hey, take it easy on the light skin brothers, all right?
But it's so interesting. Something DeSouza said. She said that why is Sabrina still dealing with that man? Something is fishy. I don't understand what's fishy about it. To me, he does have an air of sophistication, and they are in the same age range. And so I kind of see why she would be still well, DeSouza said dealing with him, but I think that they did have a connection in the beginning, and she still wants to see if their connection's going to go somewhere. But I do agree with Drew that in the beginning, they've had this connection, but now that after a while, I'm just not, I don't know, is he still going down that path of building something with her? That's what I'm wondering about him. I'm more in just the fact that he keeps bringing it up, the 50 Shades of Light Skin, just all of the little stuff,
all of it,
all of the sound bites.
I could be judging here, but I feel like Walter is one of these guys that present in terms of looks wise, the packaging, the packaging is buff. It looks great, but like when he speaks, it doesn't. The two things don't coincide. So it's just that for me, like Walter looks good, he packages well, but I'm not getting what he's giving look-wise from when he speaks or when he interacts with people. And I'm judging again, but after seeing his ex, I really was scratching my head like, are we missing something? So, I don't know. Maybe I'm judging there.
No.
What do you guys think?
I'm just going to stick to
Shawn,
this.
you're muted. Shawn, you're muted.
Oh, my bad. Jay Smith has me dying with this comment. She said Walter looks like he accepts invitations to the cookouts so he can hit on the girls half his age. And he says, girl, you don't know nothing about this. Look, 46 is the new 36. So don't y'all be making Walter a grandpa.
I'm just going to stick to this point right now. The shift is there because I know a couple people are saying it, it's the shift that is there. Mumeen has checked herself out. He checked her out. She checked herself out. So there's going to necessarily be a shift. Would the shift make me feel like you're choosing me by default? Possibly, yes. But my thing is the real reason why it feels like you're choosing me by default, like she said, you're still not calling me.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem. Now that you have 100% focus on me, why am I still not getting that 100% or feeling like you're giving me that 100%? So I'm trying to figure out what is his angle. Like, we kind of, there's a few of us ladies that was on the chat on Kojo's channel that was saying it from the beginning. There's something we like the connection, but there's something about him.
And yeah, I agree, Jay. Is the fishiness is not on her side, it's more on his side. Why isn't he putting in that extra effort? I think Moomin, like the attitude she caught just by watching the interaction at the piano, that was her canceling herself out. That's not why you feel like you're being second. The not calling that extra effort that you should be if you are interested in a woman, you need to put in those, put that extra effort in. Yeah, I agree. That's.
I'd like to hear Shawn and Corey's opinion, though.
I agree.
Well, Sabrina seems to be loving it. And she said he smells good. She said it again here. She said she wanted him to move around to the other side so she can sniff his neck.
Get on that neck.
We get that neck. I don't know, Sabrina.
You do look like a brother that smell good, Carry yourself like that.
I don't know. Is that all that was being smelled that night there, Sabrina?
Oh Lord.
I want to know what Sabrina was wearing. Was she on that Bath and Body Works or was she on that Grown
I
and
was gonna
Sexy?
say, I am sure.
Don't get Corey started with his body sprays.
I wanted to say it, but I knew.
No, Sabrina is a Chanel.
Yeah, I know better.
She's a Chanel girl. She's not wearing no body sprays, right? Right, Sabrina?
Sounds like, please.
She said she don't play them games.
Don't
try her.
Tiffany says Walter wears Stetson. Tiffany.
No, I like, please, no one say Old Spice. Please, no. That's
I was thinking that just when she said that Old Spice.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you this. Walter seems the type to wear that Paul Sebastian.
Oh,
that
yeah.
PS. I can see him doing that. That's old school.
As long
Y'all quiet. Y'all know what it is.
As long as you gotta wear something that is not loud. I can't stand a loud cologne. I need something that I gotta get up on you.
Right.
I don't like something when you walk in the room, it's you. It's like, oh, hey. Hey.
Yeah. I think when they come in saying Walter still wear that curve.
Somebody put cool water.
Not the juke. Not the juke. Please.
Cool
water.
Come on.
That's hilarious.
Axe on deck. He is definitely too old to be wearing Axe.
I ain't gonna lie, some of them Axe smells good. But we go all black over here. We sell the all black. We support black.
That's right. Cool water is a classic.
Cool water used to be the scent. It used to be.
Cool water used to be the scent back in the late 1900s. We didn't move forward past that.
Wait, he got that.
Not late 1900s.
Corey, he got that Javon.
I'm done with that. I done moved forward. My life has changed. If I'm still moving slow like that, I need a good upgrade.
To reevaluate.
Y'all are out of control.
Ooh, goodness.
But question, how do we feel about Aisha and Dante though?
We feel good. Oh, I'm sorry.
Aisha and Dante?
Jesus, Jay.
Y'all feel good about that? About that connection?
Aisha and Dante?
Yeah.
I feel good about the thought of it. Like the fact
that I mean, it was just one experience. He just gave her one experience. When them kids come over, though. When them kids come over,
they can play with her kids.
Yeah, there's 5 kids in.
There's 5 kids. Okay.
5 kids.
He has kids. He has kids.
We a ready-made family.
They don't need to make another baby.
No. Listen, that navy blue robe
right now
with the white birds on it, please.
I think he came out a little too hard, too soon. The whole, bringing the massage table. He definitely had a plan.
Yep.
And it worked in his favor. It worked in his favor. But now he got to keep it up. You got to keep that same level.
Might have been for Zadia until she changed it up. We don't know who the plan was for.
They both had a plan. She said, well, let me tell you something. When I tell you I cook in the kitchen, my ring size is a size 7. She was not playing either. They both had a plan.
For the fact that he went and tried to find a room with Zadia first, and she shut him down, and then Aisha politely, they went and found the room together.
That's what I said when I first came on.
That's what I said. We don't know who that massage table was technically for at first. It just got switched up with the energy.
Yep.
Aisha, I that's what I think, because
I agree also, Jay.
That's what I think.
One thing I will give to Dante, he did say in his confessional that he was tired of trying to pursue Zadia.
Mhm.
She wasn't feeling him because she was really in Naeem at that point. But she really switched to Dante because Aisha, which is her enemy at this point, was just getting Dante's attention. So she was trying to prove something. This is my opinion, though. Just my opinion. I'm saying these is facts. But I think she was trying to prove something by saying, hey, you had Dante. Let me show you I can get him back. And it didn't work in her favor. He actually told her face to face. You know how hard it is for some men to do that? To tell you face to face, you're not the chosen one, that I chose someone else. So by him doing that, she took that very harshly. So
yeah, I think that
100%.
he
For
was
her, it
trying to
was
be.
about winning.
Yeah, I agree though, Corey. He was trying to be respectful. He said, I still have unfinished business with Zadia, so I really want to sit down with her and talk to her about it. And she took it way wrong. But he did not, we don't know who that massage table is for. And Felicia, massage tables can fit in your back seat. They really can. Like when I lived in LA, I knew a guy that was a traveling masseuse. So them tables, you can travel anywhere. That
Crystal,
head
you kind
thing
of
coming
fumbled
up,
on that.
and then you can.
You said, I knew, I knew a guy.
I knew a guy.
You knew a guy?
No word,
You knew a
Crystal.
guy that had a table, huh?
I knew a guy too. I knew a couple of guys.
I know a guy. Thank you. I know a guy.
I got my masseuses on deck, baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm a chiropractor too. Don't
I know a guy. I know a guy. Anyway, but
Crystal making low key deals. I know a guy.
I know a guy.
He's a picture
But those massage tables come. But at any rate, he did try to talk to Zadia after that fight at the table. He said, you're poking bear. He wanted to talk to her. He wanted to smooth things over, and she wasn't trying to hear it. He said, okay, let me get my silk robe and talk to Aisha then. Look, that's the black silk robe. He literally stole her from Phil, though. That was actually kind of funny too.
I'm laughing at Felicia.
Phil is for the streets. Unpopular opinion.
Who is for the streets, Phil or Dante?
Phil.
Oh.
I just feel like I think he
Really?
presents. Not for me, he gives that energy where you present like you're a nice guy, but I feel like he's wasting all of these women's time. Like he's not moving like someone with intention. That's what I'm getting from Phil. That's my unpopular opinion.
I have a question though, Drew. Do you just now think that way? Like you said with Walter, we liked him in the beginning and now we think that way, or did you always think that way?
I think with Phil, I was always wary, but I'm not gonna lie. In the very, very beginning, I did think he was the most likable guy. But as the episodes go along, I almost think for me, he's a bit too relaxed. It's almost like anything goes. He can get along with anybody. And I don't want to make that seem like it's a terrible thing because it's not. But in the context of seeking out romantic relationships, it's a bit worrying to me that everybody thinks that you're their person and he's just riding that wave. And the switch up for me where even between Shiloh and what's that other chick's name? Sydney? Is it Sydney? Yeah, like I think for me, what I've noticed is Sydney seems to only be interested in Phil because he was one of the only guys who didn't outrightly pursue her. So for me, she's giving like, oh, it's just the thrill of the chase. And the fact that he can't decipher that between an actual, well, what seems like a genuine connection between him and Shiloh is a bit worrying to me. And that's what made me kind of realize like he's not moving with intention. He's just kind of blah, blah, like, even on the dates when everyone had to meet each other's friends and family, he was just kind of, and I was just like, okay. Yeah, Phil is not serious. I don't think so at all. If he does live with someone, I don't think it's going to be a long-term relationship at all.
Okay, so excuse me for just a second, ladies. Fellas, does Sydney give you Nia Long vibes? Just vibes. I'm not saying she looks identical, but does she not give you, to me, I got that this episode. Like, okay, I was wondering who it was. I couldn't put my finger on it. But I think that she gives me like the Nia Long type of vibes. Not Friday Nia Long, not that one. I'm talking about the Today Nia Long type of vibe.
maybe
And it
like
has
a
him the
bridge
side chick
between
vibes.
Nia Long and Sanaa Lathan, somewhere in that wheelhouse, maybe.
Okay.
I don't really
Yeah,
see
Sana is my
Nia
girl.
Long is so regal to me, and
Yes. I
I
think
don't.
that's the difference. She doesn't give off regal. She doesn't give off,
Yeah,
oh, this is
Well,
someone I
no,
want to be in a relationship with. She's giving
yeah.
side chick vibes.
And I want to be clear on that. I'm not saying she looks like Nia Long. I'm saying she gives Nia Long type of vibes. As far as like the squinty eye, the nose, the mouth, it's something that's familiar there. But
okay, maybe
Maybe
just want to see
around
what
the
you guys
Nia
like.
eyes.
Long essence, maybe a
Yeah.
drop.
In essence, yeah, a drop,
Yeah.
a
Maybe a
shadow,
drop.
a shadow, skosh, you know. Yeah.
Just a touch.
Corey, is
Yeah,
it something
just a
like?
touch. Not more than that. Not more than that.
Okay, Corey, we see you. We know what you like. We know what you like.
No, I won't go that far.
Danny said you need glasses.
I may. I used to wear them back in the day, so I may need some glasses. You might be right. But yeah.
You redo your prescription.
I'm one of those guys, Drew. That
Felicia
can look at a
said she
woman.
gives me IG model vibes.
Drew, I'm
She
one of
gives
those
me
guys.
Jessica vibes from last season to put a ring on it, right?
I'm one of those guys who can look at a woman, see that she's attractive, acknowledge her attractiveness, but still not be interested. So
I'm
that's
like
kind of
that
where
with
I am
guys
when it
as
comes to
well.
Sydney. Yeah, Sydney's like
Yeah,
that.
even the way I mean, I don't want to, I'm not one to speak about like, oh, women have a right to dress how they want to dress, but I'm sorry, when she rolled up in that green dress, I was like, did she paint that? Because the way it be shot, the way it did that
Hey, now
move,
who are
I
we to
was like,
judge?
hold
Now,
on.
certain things we can't be.
I
We
mean, it
can't
left
be
nothing to
judging. You know.
it left nothing to the mystery. I'll say that much.
Nothing to
Well,
the imagination. I was just like,
again,
fam.
ladies, who are we? You know,
I'm
to
not complaining about her
tell this
dress. I'm
young
just
lady.
saying I see the belly
You
button
know,
and all, so that's how much I know the dress.
Yeah,
So
like
I said, go
I'm
ahead, spray
kidding.
paint. Go ahead, spray paint dress. I feel you, girl.
It was a bit. It
100%.
was a bit short. And like I said a few episodes ago, like if you're a woman, you're having to continuously tug and pull on your dress and your outfit. That means you're not ready. You're not ready for that type of outfit. You shouldn't be wearing that, really.
100%.
But yeah.
Well, what if she
That's
just
that
let it
freaking.
ride on up then, Corey? Then was
Say
she
it
ready?
again.
What if she just let it ride on up? Then what's she ready for?
I mean, that sounds like a good time girl. I'm definitely not attracted to that. So
Okay, I'm
yeah,
just
like I
saying.
said, she can be physically attractive, but don't need no alcohol.
Sometimes the thighs
But
are the
you know,
thighs
the
are.
dress did what it was supposed to do because
Yeah.
Phil was all over her.
Yeah.
Sometimes the thighs and the butt just pull on your dress a little bit more than you can. That's all I'm saying. Don't mean I ain't ready. I'm
Corey,
feeling
look
pretty
at
much
this
right
one.
now, Corey.
Do you know what, Jay Smith? You see that comment? I think that's more accurate. She looks more like a
Yeah,
Shanti
I
to
see
me.
that. What do you think, Corey? She says she looks like a Shanti. Yes,
You know what?
I
I
feel
can get it.
that
I can dig it.
that is
I can dig it.
definitely.
that's more who she looks like.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. I get it.
And with the
Yeah.
straight hair, though, I think she do look like more Leah Long in this
Yeah.
face.
It's the slant eye. It's her eyes that remind me
Yeah,
of
It's
Leah.
the eyes.
But
You
you
guys
guys,
go back and
something's
look. Go
wrong
back and
with
look.
one of the eyes. Something's wrong with one eye. Like, and I was like,
No, I
is
didn't
it
look that far.
eyeliner? Is it the eyelashes
The
or something?
eyeshadow?
It's one eye. It's just, but she's beautiful. She's a beautiful girl. But it's just one of the eyes. It's not. I don't think she gives me Nia Long. I think she gives me more Ashanti.
Okay.
To me.
Since we're being blunt about being who's attractive, fellas, Sean just left. Okay, he must have read my mind. Okay, so fellas, I want you guys tell me, who do you guys feel is the least attractive woman on this show right now?
Oh, he tried to get Champagne shut down.
Jesus,
Okay,
Corey. Oh
Corey,
my
this is about
God.
the afterlife, Corey. This
He
is
went
about
black
the
on me. He went black
afterlife.
on me.
Knock it
No,
off.
I'm just asking a question. Go ahead, Sean, you're muted. You're muted.
Least attractive in what way, though? Are you talking just physically?
I can tell you mine,
Yeah,
100%.
physically, yeah, physically, just physically. Yeah.
Boy, you trying to get us in trouble?
No, there's nothing wrong with being honest. Women tell us all the time who they don't think is attractive. So there's nothing wrong with this. So, Sean.
Come on, talk like we hear you. Nobody mean sit.
Ooh.
I didn't hear what you just said. Drew, what do you say? Who do you say? You say you had someone in mind. Who do you think?
Facially for me, I would say Aisha. I don't like the hair. The blonde. I know she changes a lot. And then I don't know. I feel like it's just her whole vibe, how she carries herself. It's not my thing. I feel like she is tatted. I was just like, bruh, is what is a coloring book? I mean, not that anything is wrong with tattoos. I just feel like it's a lot. For me, personally, for my taste, like I'm thinking if I was a man, what I would be paying attention to. So I found it really interesting, because everyone was acting like, my girl had like 10 firesides. So I was like, hold on, am I missing something? I mean,
so
she's not ugly.
Who did you say
If I
again?
had to
I
rank,
missed it. I missed who you said. Who did you say again?
Aisha.
Yeah. Okay.
Aisha. I would say if I had to rank, it's not that she's ugly or unattractive, but if I had to say like who is least attractive to me overall, I would say because of just the vibe, the blonde hair it's a no for me.
You know what? I have to agree with you on that because, I think with women, as beautiful as you may be, you're going to look a different way with different colors in your hair, different hairstyles, whether you're relaxed hair, whether it's natural, you give off a different type of look. Now, to me, when she went to the black hair, I saw something different with her, as well as when she put her hair back behind her ears, and I saw her ears as well in the full picture. So to me, I saw something different there, but I am going to be fair and ask the ladies, who do you guys feel is the least attractive male on the show right now?
Seaway should have been here right now to say Phil was medium ugly. I'm just gonna say that.
Who is left or everybody all together? Or who's left currently?
Either way. Everyone all together and who's left.
First of all, let me say this in Seaway's defense. I don't even know why that's a problem when Tasia said it. She looking for a man that's medium ugly. I don't understand why.
No, it's not. It's just that. It's not, but it's just that it was the first time I've ever heard somebody describe somebody like that.
Oh, so you wasn't looking to see a package because her package said it in the beginning. That's what she's looking for. She's looking for a man.
I understand.
Tia was the first person I heard ever say that. I was trying to piece it together. So,
I mean, they're just saying things that women have been thinking for the longest anyway. So to me, she just said it out loud. But there are a lot of women who are looking for guys who are medium ugly, someone who's not that attractive because they feel like it's a safer bet to take. So, or whatever reason it may be, it may be just one of them. I can't say that's the definitive the only reason, but whatever the reason is,
Well, obviously, Phil must have been that because both Tasia said that's what she's looking for, and she chose him. And Seaway,
that's true. That's true.
But I think Phil is quite like facially, he's quite attractive, and his body doesn't look bad as well. Like to me, he's not ugly at all.
It's not ugly though. This medium ugly is not ugly. That's
as in medium ugly.
Ugly. He's not a Morris Chestnut in this world. You know what I'm saying? You just not an Andre 3000 or something like that. That's all.
Here you go.
you just average. You're around the way.
I think it really is subjective based on what you as an individual likes, because someone could definitely be attractive, but then they're just not your speed. For me, Frank is not unattractive, but I don't know if it has something to do with his personality. I'm not really feeling Frank at all, but I know he's not ugly facially. I mean, the beard and everything. If I just saw him without him speaking, I probably would think he's attractive, but overall, Frank's not for me. I don't like Dante's voice. Oh my god. I think it's just
you sound like Naeem right now with Sydney.
It's just I don't know what it is, because even when he was on the date talking to Zadia, I was just like, I don't know what it is. If it's just the pitch, the octave, I don't know. And then the three baby mamas do not help. It's like every time he speaks, I can just hear the baby mamas in the background arguing. Yeah. Like, no.
Okay. I had to pull it up. Are you guys saying past and like the people that have been kicked off already too, or just currently?
Well, he was saying everybody.
Everybody?
Just like
okay, yeah. Everybody, and actually they are all handsome. These are all handsome men.
Yes.
You say. Mm-hmm. But Lamont, I would say as far as the cast, the Lamont was the least attractive, but I think that he was. But I do actually think he's not a bad looking guy. I actually think Corey was actually handsome, and I actually think Phil is very handsome. Corey reminds me of an actor, Keith Robinson. Not his attitude and not
Yes,
his personality, but he from
his
Dreamgirls.
face.
His face looks like Keith Robinson. I actually like Keith Robinson as an actual as a person, great singer, but Corey in the face, right up in here, I was like, looks like Keith Robinson. Phil looks like another
Danny
actor.
said all of them handsome is a stretch.
Yeah,
Boy, well, they get on me when
Phil,
I say something, though. You know
Phil
what
looks
I'm saying?
Phil's
They go
handsome.
in.
I I would immediately, if I saw Phil's out, I would definitely, I would be attracted to Phil. I'm sorry, I absolutely would.
Yeah, I actually think Phil might be one of the best looking
Yeah,
guys. Am I pushing it?
and I actually think in Cornelius is actually pretty handsome. Cornelius is is a handsome guy. Um,
I'm sorry, I do not compute.
yeah, but the rest of them, yeah. And I see and I actually agree with what you're saying about Dante.
Brittany, not Uncle Tommy. Oh my God.
The voice of Dante, and Dante has a very small
That's funny.
eyes.
That's funny right there.
I
Brittany,
actually
that's
thought
funny.
that Dante has very like small eyes, and it's just like he just has small eyes. It's not a bad thing. It's just he just has small eyes. And then and what's his name? Frank. I agree with you that he just would not. He just doesn't do it for me. He doesn't at all, like at all.
Yeah, I
But
have
just
to
to
agree with
backtrack
that,
a little bit,
Dante.
As far as the ladies, I agree with I agree with you with Aisha. I think she's very pretty, but the hair and just the whole thing, I don't like
Flo-
that. But that's not my thing. But that's her thing, and she's a hairstylist, right? She has her own salon, so that's her thing. Yeah, can't knock it.
just to
well, the
backtrack a
thing is,
little
the
bit.
wig's be laid,
Um,
I just don't
Oh yeah,
think it matches her.
yeah. But what's interesting is, and I think Corey was talking about it. She did a blonde, like where I was like, is this her corporate blonde? Where it was a short blonde hairstyle with like a bob thing. I was like, you're doing a corporate blonde? I was like, that actually was kind of cute. The styling of it, yeah. Hmm.
but Corey,
I
just to
like it.
answer your question previously, backtracking since we're including everybody from the start, with the ladies, I have to say I didn't like how Liba presented any at all in the episodes.
Okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, but it turns out though that sometimes, lighting, the time of day, whatever. But Libba just did a lot with another round, and I'm like, okay, she was very attractive. So sometimes it takes being seen in a certain light. To be honest with you, sometimes you have good days, you have bad days, and I get it, I respect it. We all have those.
And I said presented because I really do
Yeah,
think all the
I
ladies
know.
were really beautiful.
Yeah.
I think, just picking an outfit and hairstyle as you're commenting on Aisha,
Right.
on those two first episodes, I thought, yeah, could have been like when you're comparing to everybody else. Yeah, no.
But here's the thing, and that's what Corey just said when she was on another round. But besides that, on Kojo show, she said that we were filming for 15 hours. It was June. We did our own makeup. It was the whole thing. So that's what I definitely think. I think it was her and Carrie that just something happened in there. It was heat. It was just that whole thing. I don't think that had anything to do with
But if,
them.
if you saw Carrie on Kojo's channel, that
Mhm.
was like a different Carrie in terms of how she styled herself and how she presented
Yeah.
herself on there. And
Very
I thought
no, they're very beautiful, but you're
very
right.
beautiful, very beautiful.
Mhm.
But as I said, just the presentation on the day, wasn't. I don't think it complemented their features or their faces very well.
Yeah, we are Black women. You got us in the heat of June, and no makeup artist. We got to be in that makeup since first thing in the morning all day. Like, they yeah. And then this reality show, that's the impression I got, that they didn't have any type of backup where that is concerned.
Yeah, that's a good point,
And then
man.
with
And lighting
makeup,
does play a
a lot of
huge part.
lighting,
I just
makeup,
want to
all
direct
sorts of
I
stuff.
just
everyone
said that,
attention to the banner at the bottom.
Sean says, I'm disassociating from you people.
That is hilarious, Sean. Bruh.
This has
All
been
right,
scrolling
Sean.
for the last 10 minutes.
Yes,
We will not embarrass you any longer. I guess
please,
let's
I
move
mean,
on.
please, yes,
I
because
think
they will come
You
for
will
us in
not
the
engage
comments.
me.
see, this is the thing though. I think that people they gotta understand this is just normal conversation. These are regular conversation that people have day in, day out about who's attracted, who's not attracted. We're not saying
Absolutely.
anything outside of the blue.
Right.
So
And then
No,
at the end of the day, attractiveness, it's subjective.
it
You know,
is.
like
It really is.
it's not like a yeah.
Yeah.
I am, but JP, Corey, JP thinks you're setting the ladies up, so you're letting them talk about the men,
Yeah.
so that
I
the
don't
other
I
shoe
don't
could drop.
I don't address negativity, bro. I don't address that because I mean these women on his panel actually know me, so they know it's not a setup at all. We having a good time. It's positive energy over here. People know me.
It's all levity.
What was the take from the guys on Phil though? Y'all didn't say.
Okay, on Phil, as far as like his personality, as far as what he's giving to the ladies, yeah, I think Phil, it's a balance for him. He has to play the game and he also has to show an interest, to make sure he makes it to the end. I think that's the goal for everyone there. But it does seem like he's a bit flip flop because the preview for next episode seemed like he told Shiloh, thank you. Told Shiloh some bad news. And it's like, if that's who you've been riding with the whole time, and then it's easy for a woman to come in 2 dates and has your head spinning. It's like, come on, do you really know how to feel for someone? So that's a question that comes up about him. But again, who knows if he's an LB? He might be LB. I don't really know, but to me, it just seems like he is in a good space. Like when all the women came and invited him to meet the friends or whatever, I bet he felt special. He felt like he was in a good place at that point. But like I said, man, when it comes to Phil, I've been saying this for a long time. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask that if he's so likable and gets along with people so well, and on this show he had about 5 or 6 connections, I might be exaggerating, but why is he single? Because I feel like his attention span is so short. If he's so likable, why is he single?
Yeah, I mean, we all got problems. I mean, not necessarily all got problems. We all have something.
Likeable isn't directly proportional to having the capacity to being in a relationship, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying, and that's the energy I'm getting from him. That's exactly my point. Because I think Phil presents like he's this wonderful guy who is ready for a relationship and stuff, but the energy he's giving, that's not what I'm getting.
I may express some dissent. I think he's just super friendly. And he capitalized. I mean, he's on a show, a dating show, and he just capitalizes on his performance of being, that guy that everybody likes to talk to and gets along with everybody. And he performs well in that area. And of course, he listens and he knows how to have a conversation. But I still say that he's not ready. I don't think he's ready. He knows he's not ready. He's not saying things that are pointing to anybody really. And, I just don't think he's ready for a relationship, but he just gets along with everybody.
Yeah. It was the kissing of the hand for me. Yeah, the kissing of the hand. I think it was I don't know. Some things are not my style. That doesn't mean it's right or wrong. It's just not my style.
No, but it's how he kissed Shiloh versus how he was all over Sydney.
Yeah,
it was just like with Shiloh, it was just like quick peck, like okay, yeah, I got to do this. And
Yeah,
with Sydney, he was on her like butter pan bread. Like, what is going on?
but you know what vibe it gave me that vibe of you know how sometimes you go out on the first date. Well, you guys may not understand as the ladies, but as men going out on the first few dates, you know, waiting for the right time to kiss or whatever. You don't want to get pushed away. But once she gave that green light, he was all the way in there. You know, once that first kiss happened, he stayed on top of her. So I think he was probably nervous leading up to that point, but he definitely dived right in there after the fact.
I really felt like that
You
was for camera though.
It was what?
you don't feel like Shiloh also gave him the green light? Because I feel like
No,
she
I'm
was a
saying
bit tick.
Well, this thing with Shiloh, Shiloh gives him the green light because you remember back when he was meeting everyone's family, Shiloh was the only person he was actually physically touching or, you know, was putting his arm
Exactly.
around, was hugging everything, was inviting to him. So he understands that. But I don't think she gave him a vibe of the go ahead like Sydney did. And it's just different ways that men take hints from women, you know. So I think it's a little different.
Felicia says Sydney's a walking green light.
Yeah, I don't like the way Sydney personally. I don't like the way Sydney is handling the thing between Frank and Phil. You know, with the kissing and stuff like that. You got to be careful these days. I know she's dating. I know she's young. She's free to do whatever she want to do. But
Yeah.
you know, if I'm aware of something like that, I'd have put a stop to it because you're not going to
I
be.
think Sydney seems very available, almost too available.
Yeah,
You
too
know?
available. Too.
Yeah. And then I don't even understand what the show is doing because honestly, these guys don't seem to be looking for anything serious. Because to be honest, I get that same energy from Frank as well, which is why I feel like Mumeen is wasting her time. I understand that she was frustrated with Walter, but Frank is he's not the one for her. Like they're so left and right in what they want.
yeah, and I said this earlier that at this stage, if any of the guys are really ready to pursue a relationship with any of these women, they will move different. I mean, you saw it with Naeem. He was saying, like, listen, Zadia's not here, so there's no point in me playing. And you saw it
Exactly.
with was it Corey? Tyrone in the earlier episodes. Like these guys were really serious about creating a relationship, but I mean they played in a way where it didn't work out in their favor. And I don't know, I would pay attention to how these men speak sometimes. Especially I'm a backtrack a little bit. When Phil and Aisha had that conversation, he specifically said, how can you not fall for her in this moment? Pay attention to the in this moment, meaning I might not feel this way tomorrow or next week, but right now, I'm going to show you that I'm falling for you. You know, and it's the same thing with Frank and Moomin. I heard him say something along the lines of, I'm here with you now. Because
I don't even think Frank likes Moomin at all. Like, is it just me? Like the way he talks about her, he doesn't seem to like her at all.
Yeah, I don't think Frank likes her, and I think that he was her second choice. So I think that's gonna come out too.
Yeah, I think at this stage they're kind of just riding the wave out to the end, and they'll probably choose based on how they feel in that last moment. Because we have to admit that this is still a game that they're playing, and they will choose in that last moment who feels better in that moment. But I definitely don't see where the attitude or the stance is. I'm seriously pursuing this woman because of this reason, and I see where we are moving in a mindset of oneness. I don't see that. All the conversations so far have been really shallow, have like nothing of substance to say, I choose you or I'm pursuing you and I want to take this to another level.
So I agree with you that he doesn't really like Moomin, but does he really like Sydney either? I'm talking about Frank now.
I think he likes the fact that Sydney.
I think he likes what Sydney has to offer and how she looks.
Yeah. I think you know, according to the show, and I'm just putting this out there as a disclaimer so nobody can come for us in the comments. But according to the show, Frank really just presents like somebody without boundaries to me, and Sydney presents like that. So
I'll
it
agree with that.
Yes.
it sort of seemed automatic that they would get along. But my thing is when the arguments start, and then when you start to have differences and conflicts, how are you going to resolve that, and what are the tools that you have, or how have you demonstrated so far in the episodes that you can handle and resolve conflict in a way that is respectful and amicable? I'm not seeing that. I'm
You're
just
right.
seeing, I'm
I-
really just seeing the guy is just going with what feels good.
Because every time she says, me and Frank just have this automatic connection, I'm like, do you? Do you know?
Yeah,
Do you really
their
have that
connection, it's I want to say it's straight up lust, like the two of them. That's all it is.
Who you talking about? Mumeen and Frank?
No, Frank and Sydney.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah,
agree.
yeah.
Yeah, the way that that they were into each other, kissing on each other, everything when Frank met her friends. I think
Yes.
at that point it was like it was a bit much. I thought they were already a couple, to be honest with you. The way they
Don't
were
it? I
all
was
over
like,
each
wait a minute, this is
Yeah.
girlfriend boyfriend behavior.
Exactly.
And then to go from that to, well, one thing I will say this though about Sydney, she asked some really good questions, in my opinion. Like she asked, what are some things about you that you can improve on? I love her lines of questioning. It's like it goes to the heart of that person, the way you really have to know yourself in order to answer those type of questions. So I applaud her on that.
I was like, that production, her actually going into the phone and like researching and like making those questions up. I was like, did you really do that?
Do what you got to do to make sure you get the right man or right woman. I applaud that.
But guys, speaking of couples, I don't know if you guys spoke about this earlier. Did y'all see Camille's Instagram post?
No.
Which one you talking about? The picture? Yeah,
There's
we
a
showed
post
it
she
earlier.
made a picture. Oh, okay. Because I was like, I don't know if you guys saw it.
Oh, Drew, you're right. Yeah, we talked about this picture earlier.
Yes,
They're
their love to each other. Now, Sabrina is dropping some tea. She said she got a golf ball too from Frank. So he probably just has a 10-pack of golf balls.
Wow.
And that's his go-to date. He's just more subtle than our friend Corey, the first date king.
Listen, the way how I dissected what Frank said, he said, I took this ball from the date that we had. And I'm like, did this guy really save that golf ball from that time? Or is he saying, I went back and I took this golf ball and I played for the day today?
I was even wondering, am I cold-hearted? Because I didn't even think it was sweet. Even if he took it from the date, it's just like, okay, a golf ball and you write my name on it. Yippee doo da day.
If he took the
I
whole
just didn't even
club from there,
understand.
I would have been like, okay, but he actually just took a golf cup. Like I can go buy a pack right now.
He got that
Exactly.
golf ball.
I didn't think it was as sweet as he intended it to be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think when a guy is serious, I mean, the conversation is much more elevated. Like, it's gonna be much more elevated than a golf ball with a date on there. I'm sorry.
But like I said, she likes the little things, so I'll let her be happy. Some people like it.
I mean, no disrespect to Mumeen, but I said she was a space cadet earlier, so I mean, I just think she's just floating along.
I actually like her. It's just, I mean, she has her moments, but I think she's one of the more genuine people on the show. In terms of, I really do think she's looking for something serious. I just think she came to the wrong show.
Now, Drew, how could she be looking for something serious with Frank?
Drew, your internet is going crazy again, okay? It's messing up you.
Maybe you missed one of the episodes. Was your flow, was Digicel or whatever it was?
Don't it flow out here having me disrespecting me? I don't know.
Did you see? He said he's hypersexual. How are they a match? And she's trying to
She went for Corey because he changed the tires. Walter because he done had a conversation about daddies. Frank because he
and told her about flowers.
And also, and I actually think that in the beginning was like, okay, I like Moomin. You know, she's stuck to her convictions, but that and then she goes and kisses on Frank, and they share a chicken wing like what's the puppy movie? And I'm like, what are you doing? That's any man that tells you you're hypersexual right after you telling him that you're abstinent. That's a recipe for a disaster. Stop. Just stop. Just exit. But
weren't they drinking from the same cup or something like that?
But besides that,
yeah, he fed her some of his ice.
right. And but besides that, she's following after the other two. I think that she was heavily influenced by what is it, the Brown Girl crew, and then she acting up with Walter at the pool. I was like, why are you acting like that? Because you fallen behind the other two, behind the Zadia and the Camilles. Stop. You're not like them. If you're really here for intention, then stop acting like that.
Wow,
Yeah,
makes a good point. Go ahead.
Read of Listen said that Moomin is sweet, but doesn't seem like she can read the signs. And I do agree to a great extent, because when I saw her first, I was like, this girl is really beautiful. She's really sweet. But this dating pool really just seems above her league. Like, there was an element or a whiff of naivety there that I was wondering, will she be able to stand up against the play lines that these guys are going to throw at her? Because she's a really attractive woman.
She was definitely out of her depth.
Yeah. But that time when
obviously, she came on a show with her fathers, her forefathers. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Say it again.
What were you gonna say?
Oh no, I was going to say Susanna, he hit it on the head for me about what Relove said about her not being able to read the red signs, because that's something that she actually said during casting. If you go back to episode 1, she said her biggest fall through is the fact that she cannot identify red flags. Like she keeps going. And Frank, if she's saying that she doesn't want to have sex until she's married, Frank saying he's hypersexual, he's still showing the interest in him, that is a big red flag that she is clearly ignoring. So at this point, you have to ask the question: is she just trying to stay on the show? What is this really about at this point? Because the guy you're into has shown interest in someone else. So what other chips do you have to play? So Frank is that last chip. It's going to be a situation kind of like Naeem. When that last person's gone, you haven't built any connection with anyone else. So what are you going to do? You have to self-eliminate. So unfortunate, but I think it's true.
And to Tessa's point, maybe this is just not the platform for her. Maybe this has brought out a different side of her that's just not it's not the right platform for her. It's brought out a negative side of her. I'm telling you, her. And then the walk away, like Walter said, I'm here trying to talk to you. I'm trying to work it out with you. And then she walked away like that. Yeah. It's just not the right platform for her. It's a lot. I agree with you, though. I agree.
All right. So I think Mumeen got a lot of heat. I mean, again, I think she is a nice young lady, but she is not showing good dating decisions and, decision making in terms of choosing the right guys that are aligned with her. That's what I see. And I think that's what we all see when it comes to her, unfortunately.
I agree with you on that. And even to me, I thought all those great things that you were saying, Shawn. To me, I kind of fell back with her though, with the whole interaction with Walter and Sabrina at the piano. You had your time with Walter. Now Walter wants to have time with someone else. And the way she went about that was kind of immature to me. Like it was a lack of confidence, possibly, in that area, because it's like, okay, if you know that you have a connection with someone, okay, let that sit. Like I would say, like I told you guys before, the comparison between when Sabrina and her met Walter's ex, Sabrina felt like she didn't have any competition, so she got up and lit up. She didn't feel the need to continue to stay there. At least that's what she said in the confessional. So where is that confidence from Mumeen? You had your time with him at the piano, y'all sang a little song, you wrote a song together. There should be confidence in that. You guys writing songs like making love poetry together, all that good stuff. Be confident in that. Now, again, I don't know how I would feel about being the exact same thing. Like they were on. Whoa, I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready for that.
Because some people, when I was here, when I started earlier, we showed that some people didn't see. But go ahead, keep going, Corey. That'll be in the backdrop.
But yeah. So between Sabrina and Walter, Mumeen and Walter doing the exact same thing, I can see how that can rub you the wrong way. But that wasn't a topic of conversation. Like you being at the piano singing with Mumeen and then being at the piano trying to teach Sabrina how to play. That's kind of the same thing. Okay, you got a big old ranch house, you got outside, the swings outside, barbecue in the back pool, do something else somewhere else. But to me, I think that was a little tasteless from Walter. But I think Mumeen has to have more confidence in who she is and more confidence in her connection with Walter.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I know I think Camille and Cornelius on the screen, but just to strengthen that point a little bit, when I saw her model her way up to that piano and that hand on hip and head tilt, I was like, nah, you're kind of setting yourself up for disappointment there, because we know how the show works. People are trying to have moments together, and it's almost like you went there trying to say to the man, I'm here now, so what? And he responded in a way that I thought was genuine, where how do you expect me to abandon somebody who I'm sharing a moment with just because you're standing there? And I felt she was more hurt by her setting herself up for rejection and possibly looking foolish. I think she was more hurt by that than the fact that Walter didn't give her the attention that she needed. And I think up until that point, she was really appearing to have a momentum of maturity, I thought, up until that point.
The only thing I'm gonna say about her walking up to the piano, was I remember when Ida did a conversation with LBB, she said that twice producers asked me to go over there and sit between them. So I almost feel like, how is it that you just left him at the piano? Now you running over to the piano that quickly. So her attitude after she got there, that was wrong. But I'm like, why did you go over there again a second time? You already know. So if you see him at the piano and you see Sabrina over there, just leave it alone. So I'm like, did somebody tell her to go over there? That's the only thing. Now, her attitude after she got there, and then the attitude at the pool and everything else, I do question that. I am side-eyeing that. Not just side-eyeing. I think that was wrong. And that was disrespectful to walk away, all of that. But her walking up to the piano and then coming up behind him and caressing his neck while you're sitting there with another woman. Yeah, I think
that wasn't production. She walked right back into Camille and Cornelius and then walked back in the room. That was them.
That was them telling her to go back in there?
They all came back into the room with her. She started to go in there and she turned around. She said, oh, there's a duet already.
And then she goes in there with them.
Yes.
I heard you.
She should
even
she made her little song, Keep Right, and told him to keep right, and she should have went left and minded her daggone business.
Keep right? I thought it's stay right.
Keep right, be right. I don't. The note wasn't right, and he said
it was not right. The note was not right. She might as well have been saying Zadia.
On another note, her cousin Camille got a voice though. Camille could sing.
No, I mean, he could sing. I mean,
Mumeen sings really well. She has a beautiful voice. It was just the wrong song.
Now, Walter, on the other hand, he was kind of light with it, but Mumeen came up with that power in her singing. So that's a music lesson for Walter right there. Mm-hmm. We gonna sing it, bro.
Well, I don't know. He was playing the piano, so she wasn't on his notes.
Yeah, I would, guys, Google her. She has a channel. I'm not gonna play it because I'm not getting any copyright strikes. So, but if you Google her, you'll if anyone hasn't heard, or you can go on Apple Music, iTunes, any music streaming platform. She has a beautiful, I mean, a really beautiful voice. She primarily sings gospel music, but she has a really, really beautiful voice.
But let me ask though, in comparison to the previous seasons, do we feel that as they progress in the seasons, it feels a little bit, it feels more like a game show than it does feel like people are actually looking for a relationship, like really looking for love?
I wouldn't even say game show. I think what it's giving is I'm coming on here to promote myself. That's what it's giving. Like a lot of these people don't seem to actually be looking for love, but more so just need a platform to get their names out there. I think maybe I didn't watch season 1, but season 2 is when I started, and I feel like those people felt a bit more genuine. And since then we've just kind of gone down the drain because I feel like typically the people who get voted out first, second, and third are the people who seem to be more genuine. And then we're
Yeah.
just left with the clowns in the end, like the people who are going to start the drama. And, like even last season, AJ and these people, Kyra, like they didn't know what they wanted. I was very irritated with Kyra's indecisiveness by the end. I thought that Liz seemed genuine, but Jason, I didn't understand that pairing. Then we, previous seasons with like Denise and what was that? The fit dude. What was his name again? The one that went after Adriana and then dropped her in the end for some
Cal
mystery
Connie.
woman. Yes. I don't know. It's been a hot ass mess. Like all of these people, when we think of them, it's just like, what are we doing? So I would have to, that's what I think. It doesn't seem genuine anymore. Somebody said, ready to mingle, Tabitha. It's
Yeah,
it's
no, I
ready to
think, listen,
lust.
it's a mixed bag, right? It's definitely people that are single and potentially, looking to date, and then, a lot of parts entertainment and reality TV. So
But
Yeah,
I think it's very true to the dating scene now. Unfortunately, it's just like this is what you get. You get a lot of people who say they're looking for something real, say they're looking for something genuine, and then you have people who have unfinished business with other women or men, and then you have people who don't even know what they want, people who just want to sleep around. Just I don't know. It's weird to me that at this age, I was thinking that these are older people because I'm still in my 20s. So I was like, okay, an interesting show. People who are older, let me see how it is out there at that age. I expected them to be a little bit more put together, but baby, they're behaving like my peers. Literally.
Okay. Do you feel like Shiloh may regret, booting Tyrone off the show so early? Like, even if he chose her so early, like if she had said something like, give me a chance to, well, I know the ladies collectively decided, but, just give me a chance to go through the process, but I'm still having you as a person that I'm pursuing. Do you think she regrets not having him on the show? No.
no, I don't. I don't really think that she regrets it, like what you're saying, because right now her eyes are still set on Phil. Because she doesn't know. I mean, at the point that we are in the show, she doesn't know how Phil feels about her versus how he feels about Sydney. So I don't think that thought's going through her mind. But I think at the end of the day, hindsight, of course, it could be a possibility, but I don't think it's something that she will harp over personally. But yeah, I do feel like, a lot of people on this show just really don't know what they want. And the ones who do know what they want, they stand out. Last season, Liz stood out to me because she seemed like she knew what she wanted. Unfortunately, to work out for her, but her as a person, she came out and it seemed like she knows what she wants. So that's what I just want that. If I can at least get that in the season per episode, people who can say what they want, mean what they say what they mean, then I can respect that, you know. But it's a lot of games being played.
Okay. I agree.
Before we conclude, what do you guys think is going to happen next week? Ravine has a great comment between Phil and Shiloh. What do you think ignited that little tense conversation they were having?
You know, I think because Phil still.
Well, not next week. I apologize. The next airing is going to be the 31st.
I think because still Phil hasn't narrowed down, even though Tessia is not there. He still hasn't gone out for Shiloh as how Shiloh thought he would have. And so everything he is doing now really just seems diplomatic. And from what I saw, it's like she's saying, listen, boy, I don't got time to wait. You need to make a decision. Like, are we gonna be exclusive and continue dating? I don't know. I thought that was what he was addressing, because he really does because he's so friendly with everybody and he knows how to navigate himself with words. Isn't really direct with some things. I think she might have gotten tired of that.
I think until recently, Phil gave Shiloh the impression that he was into her. And recently means until Sydney came along. And something Seaway said earlier was that he's not all the way in with Sydney yet. So he's trying to he's putting Shiloh on the back burner. And she's smart. She's seeing, you're putting me on the back burner. 2 weeks ago, I was on the front burner. Now I'm on the back burner, or whether it was 2 weeks ago or last week. And she's seeing it and she's feeling it. And she's like, I want you to, speak up, either say you're into me or you're not. And him saying things got out of control, that gives me pause to wonder what else happened, or was there an argument or something like that. I don't want to speculate on that, but I think that, her saying you did hurt my feelings emotionally, because you gave me the one impression and then somebody else turns your head around and now you've totally flipped things on me. So I think that he hurt her feelings. I think that's it. And she put all her eggs in that Phil basket.
Got it. So you think the rug was snatched from up underneath her?
I think so. I think that he gave her the impression that he was into her, and then Sydney came along, and now he started to develop feelings for Sydney, and he pulled back. And it was obvious. We all said that he's starting to pull back from her. And she wants, because see, this is the thing. If it was one of the other girls, we would say like, this is how she's acting, but Shiloh doesn't act like, Shiloh has not given us the impression, like we were saying with the Zadias and other people, that this is how she acts. Like we haven't, you hurt my feelings, and just like acting on emotions only. So the fact that they have to sit down with nephew Tommy and stuff like that, says to me that he must have really hurt her feelings, because that's just not her. That's not what she has displayed to us. She's more the like calm, let me sit here, and she likes to, I don't know, she just says that her demeanor is very different.
Yeah.
Than Zadia. Her demeanor is very different. What do you look, Sabrina? Like, I know you can't tell us exactly. Let us know.
Yeah, she won't be able to tell us.
Are we gonna be surprised? Just say yes if we're gonna be surprised.
And it's so funny, Christina. You're right. Everybody's saying that Shiloh pulled a Tyrone. Like, she put her eggs in that Phil basket, and then she did exactly what Tyrone did to her. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, Sabrina says we're gonna be surprised. Oh boy, I'm not even ready.
I'm not even ready. If it's woo child, like she said.
All right.
Maybe
It's
is it gonna
Did
be
you
like
give any
a
final?
It's gonna
Sabrina?
be
Is it gonna be like a Naya response? Like he tells her he doesn't choose her, and then she's just like, okay, yeah, I got my man at home.
yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what they do in next episode anyway, because of Naeem's self-elimination, like one of the men are gonna get picked to go home. So it's gonna be interesting to see like what they're gonna do with that episode. Is that the episode where they're gonna actually pick the final one who they want to be with, or will someone still be eliminated?
Because they're down to 5, right?
I don't think they'll do any more
Well, I think
self-eliminations.
it's
We've had 2 of those already.
they're uneven still.
Yeah, it's still uneven. It's 7 available right now. So
7 men.
Unless Shiloh, do you think Shiloh would self-eliminate? She'll probably do that.
depends on what that conversation is about between her and Phil.
Right.
You know, if that conversation is about, hey, I'm into Sydney, then she may self-eliminate. But then what is Frank going to do? You know, because Frank wants Sydney too. So it's going to really boil down to Shiloh, Sydney, or Mumeen being tossed out next as far as the women are concerned. And I got Frank going out for the men first.
I think Phil may go home.
You think Phil may go home?
Yeah, because if you think like low key in my mind, I feel like Frank and Sydney might be playing a game by leading Mumeen on, and then, you know, co-conspiring to leading Phil on.
Well, what would they have to gain from that, though? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it would just probably mean that they would, you know, last an episode longer to go to the end. But I do see, you know, bear in mind too that Mumeen is fighting for Frank, and Sydney is also fighting for Frank. But also at this stage, nobody is really fighting for Phil, because it seems to me like Shiloh is getting frustrated because he's not, you know, he's not.
I think Shiloh is fighting for Phil. It's just that he's lingering. But if he wakes up and chooses her back, I think they would actually make it to the end.
Yeah.
Probably.
And I think Phil is a perfect example of me saying someone who doesn't know exactly what they want, because the whole season he was all about Shiloh. And then another woman steps in, you know, you go on 2 dates, and all of a sudden you're dumbfounded, you know.
And he's really playing himself, because I really do see Sydney and Frank standing together at the end.
Right. That's my point, Corey.
It might be a case where we have a Kyra in a male version of Kyra, where she had the opportunity to pick any of the guys, and because she was so indecisive, she played herself. So it could be similar, where Phil, really coming up to the end of the show, had quite a bit of women, you know, pursuing him, but it might happen where he plays himself.
And do you know what it is too? As women, we don't like to know that we're second choice. It's like if you make that decision for yourself and we are unaware of it, you'll get away with it. But if you make it explicitly clear that you wanted someone else, and then when that doesn't work out, you're trying to come back on this side, it doesn't usually work out. It's not received well at all.
Yeah, so it should be interesting to see how that goes.
Up until just recently, now you're into Sydney, and this whole time it's been Shiloh. Even when he had the 3 other, even when he had Tasia and Aisha, we knew, or no, was it Tasia and Aisha? Was it Aisha? We knew that Shiloh was his top. We all knew that. And now Sydney approaches you. Now you want Sydney. It's just.
And with the quickness too, like it happens so fast.
with the quickness. And that's why Shiloh said you did hurt my feelings emotionally, because you gave me the impression that it was me and you. And yeah.
But the thing with just real quick, when you said something about Aisha, the thing with Aisha, it wasn't mutual. Remember, Aisha was feeling him. He was like, "Yeah, this is more. She's more cool," but I don't really see that because of the fact of the kids and everything.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, let's
So
wait
in a
and
way,
see.
Sabrina is locked into Walter.
She's laughing. I love it.
Sabrina is locked into Walter. Aisha is locked into Dante. Mumeen and Sydney has their eyes on Frank. And I think Sydney might be playing Phil. And I think Shiloh at this stage has gotten frustrated with Frank, and his indecisiveness is what
Very much so.
And I think there may be a little bit I think he may come off a little bit disingenuous to her, so she might be frustrated with that as well. So let's see. This show is just full of surprises.
Right. I think right now Mumeen, Phil, and Shiloh are on the outs.
Yeah.
But let's see. You never know in this show.
You make a good point though, Tucson, about the fact that Shiloh may be upset at Phil because he can't make up his mind. That may be the reason why they're arguing, because Phil will not just come out and say, "I pick you, I choose you," but Shiloh has done that already. So I think that may be another reason why they would have that type of argument, or why she would have that flare up that she did in the little thing.
And I think she may have chose Phil because of what Phil was saying before in the day, that he's choosing. He's really into Shiloh. So I can see where him saying that prior, and then she'd be like, "All right, this guy out of all of these women, he's really, checking for me the most. So might as well at this stage I lock into him, but just as I lock in, he's elsewhere." So that may be, something that gets him kicked out, because no other person except for Sydney is checking for him. And as I said, I think she's playing him, because homegirl needs to walk out with Frank.
I did say that. Yeah, the being disingenuous, and you're giving us a different impression this whole time, and now your head's being turned another way. No.
Insane. I'm laughing at JP Reddy's comment. She said Shiloh's gonna decide to bust the windows out Phil's car.
Because that's not her personality, though. That's not.
But I mean, I just don't know. It seems like something uncharacteristic happens. So I think on the side of humor, I think she goes in. And she probably apologizes immediately, but maybe she doesn't bust the whole window. Maybe she just keys the side. What you think, Jay? You've been quiet.
I told you, I think it's him that spazzes out. I don't know. I think she's going to say something that's going to trigger him to spiral. And it's not going to be pretty.
Got it. All right. So we're almost at the 4-hour mark. So we'll give everybody like 1 minute closing remarks. And then we'll end with Jay. So we'll start with Corey, go to Tucson, Drew, Crystal.
I don't even know why you try to play. We ended with you. You're the benediction.
All right. Well, we still got to go that way. So Jesus.
All right. So my name is Corey Black. You can find me on Black Made Media, YouTube, all social media platforms, and Black Made Media. Thank you guys for listening. You guys have a good night. Good weekend.
That's
all right, man.
That was quick.
Are you asking for a final commentary on the show or just
Yeah, final commentary and any closing thoughts, and if you have anything you want to promote, for sure.
I mean, I think at this point, yeah, there are people on the show looking for love, but I just really feel drawn to Aisha the most. I think she's probably the most genuine on the show. And I wish her all the best in her pursuit outside of the show. Um, and yeah, my name is Tucson Walters, and you can find me on Instagram at Tucson Walters, as well as Twitter at Tucson Walters.
Um, okay, my final remarks are, I guess, in summary, I hope that Aisha and Dante work out. I feel like they do want the same things, but I have a habit of paying attention to someone's history, and the way Dante's history is set up, I'm really weary that it may not work out. I think Shiloh, when she says you hurt me emotionally, I'm starting to wonder like maybe Phil did something with Sydney and she perhaps found out, and that's the reason why she's reacting the way she's reacting. Because it couldn't just be, oh, I choose her, because I feel like that's part of the show. And who else? As far as Walter and Sabrina, I mean, she likes it. I love it. She seems to be very pleased. So I'm hoping that means that the ending result was very positive because she's still out here saying he smells good and everything. So I hope you're the wifey at this point. And who else is left? Frank and Sydney, I think they're two peas in a pod. I think they want the same things. It may not necessarily be love, but I think they're on the same page. And yeah, that's where I stand. I think Phil is also playing himself, and I think he's gonna end up quite like Kara did, where he's been in neutral for far too long, and it's gonna result in him leaving the show alone, which is quite sad for someone who had six women interested in him. But yeah, that's my commentary, and I'm at Drew Moyton out here in these internet streets on all platforms. And thank you guys so much for being here and listening to us. It's always a good vibe.
Don't you have a YouTube page? The last time I checked, Drew.
She
Yeah,
just
at Drew Moyton across all boards, Instagram,
Oh, okay,
YouTube,
okay. I
everything.
just wanted you to be clear,
yeah.
so they knew they could find you at YouTube specifically.
Yeah, thanks.
Missed you, Drew.
We definitely missed
Missed
you.
y'all too.
Hi, I'm Crystal Annette. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us tonight. Thank you so much, Shawn and Jay, for letting us into your platform. Crystal Annette on YouTube, Crystal Lynetta on Instagram, Crystal.Lynetta on Instagram. Yes, I got my women's panel starting tomorrow. Just gonna do one show this month, and then I got like several episodes coming next year. But I'm actually really. I just want to start from the beginning of the show. I'm really glad that it started that way, and that some of the two people, exited stage left, and that just I feel like that needed to happen. And I'm interested to see how this next couple of episodes come out. I don't want to speculate on how people's temperaments or anything like that, but I'm really interested to see how this transpires. That's it for now. Please go to Crystal Lynette on YouTube. Thank you guys so much.
First off, let me say thank you all for coming with us tonight. Shawn did his best Kojo impression that he could, No, he held it down or whatever. So appreciate you guys for being over here at Shawn Unfiltered for the evening. Next week will be the next time that's at the beginning of the year. So 2022, we'll start off on the 1st. We'll be at another round and we'll be doing the live there. So make sure you guys tune in over there for it. And we'll continue to hold it down until Kojo comes back on the back and forth tip. As far as this episode is gone, thank you, Jesus, that, most of the people decided to go ahead and take themselves home. I pray that those couples that are at home trying to make it together, it works out for the best of them. Kojo's got his way at this point right now, where it's now the women are outnumbering the men. So we're going to see what happens. I don't know if they're going to try to even it back up or what. So we got to see how that's going to work out as far as moving forward. Production always likes to throw some curveballs up in there. So we'll see what happens with that. I don't really have much to say on the episode as far because we kind of covered it over and over tonight. So we did a good job of that. I'm just looking forward to next week and to see who is the chaos between Shiloh and Phil. I know a lot of people had their money on Shiloh. I got mine personally on Phil being the chaos. So we'll see if he's a drama or not. But something's not going to go well with the family. I am looking forward to seeing everybody else's interaction with the family. I think with Dante and Aisha, it may go well. Being that she's pretty set on not having any more kids and he has a nice amount himself. I know some people frown their face on it, but I don't think that's much of a problem. Frank, he's keeping it honest. So that Mumeen's family is just going to have to respect it right now. They're in a game show. So we'll see how that goes and if that makes her decision different on Frank next week. Walter and Sabrina, best of luck on that. Walter wooed over the friends. So if he's going to go meet the family, he may just woo over them too. So we'll see how that goes. And I don't know did we miss anybody out of that? I don't remember who's here now. Yeah. And Phil and Shiloh, I'm just, like I said, we see what happens with them. And that's it. Just remember, share, subscribe to Shawn's channel. We is almost at 500, so he can start talking his mess on the community page. He can be unfiltered there. So let's get him unfiltered, so he can say what he got to say. He pipe up and speak his speech, and do all that good stuff he like to do. So let's get him there. Please share, subscribe to his channel, and as always, peace and blessings from me. Go ahead, Shawn.
Well, thank you, JJ. I appreciate you. Thank you, Corey, Tucson, Drew, Crystal. I know Seaway was on earlier. J-Dub joined us earlier. For everybody in the comments, you guys kept the party going. So I appreciate you all. Appreciate, all the well wishes. I'm on the tail end of this cold. So, thank God I'm on the other end of it. So I'm feeling a lot better. So I appreciate everybody. We definitely chopped it up. We had a good time tonight. We laughed. We didn't do too much disagreeing, which I'm grateful for. We just had a good time, which, really is the spirit of this unfiltered channel. We just kind of, go back and forth, give some different unique perspectives. And ultimately, at the end of the day, we laugh and joke, right? And that laughter is so important and so good. It's food for the soul. So that's what I want more of in the world for 2022 as we go into that. More laughter, more joy, more fun, and less of the hardcore serious stuff that gets us at odds with one another. More uniting is what I'm looking forward to. But the next time we'll probably connect on the Ready to Love front will be next year, early next year, as the next episode doesn't drop till December 31st. So for all of you who are celebrating Christmas, have a merry, 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 merry Christmas. I hope you all enjoy, whether you're spending it at home, with your family, with loved ones. It's such a great time of year. So I hope you all enjoy. Perhaps, between my channel, Jay's channel, you'll see us out and about and doing little things, just light things around the holidays. So stay tuned for that. But, thank you again for stopping by. I hope you all enjoy. Anybody that's traveling, safe travels. Another happy birthday shout out for Seaway. Send her some birthday love. Her birthday's going to be coming up Monday. So, big birthday shout out to our resident panelist, Seaway. Big ups to Kojo out in Ghana representing. He's still going hard. So if you follow him, you see all his activities on Instagram. But again, thank you all for joining tonight. We had a great time. almost, I think we reached a benchmark of almost 150 people on the live. So for all of you joining, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming through and checking us out and dropping into the conversation with us. So again, thank you. Appreciate you all. God bless. Check out my little outro, and you guys have a great night.